belief of this ministry that Kenya's #1 export to the world is our sportsmen and women. Our sportsmen and women do more in branding this country, in bringing honor to this country than anything else. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House that as a ministry, we are fully committed to addressing the myriad challenges confronting this important sector. Honorable Speaker, when we came to office 10 months ago, we inherited a sporting scene with a number of critical challenges. And allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quickly share those challenges because they are relevant to the two issues that you have invited me here to share. Number one, Mr. Speaker, we found a country that was under suspension by FIFA, and Kenya had suspended FIFA from all international footballing activities. Mr. Speaker, that suspension had a very costly impact on sporting in this country. Harambee Stars, the Harambee Starlets, were locked out of competitions to qualify for AFCON, the World Cup, and all that. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to report to this House that among our first order of business was to engage FIFA very, very quickly, and I did seek and get an appointment with the FIFA president, Mr. Gianni Infantino, and within 1 month, that suspension was lifted. I'm very glad to report to this House, Mr. Speaker, that last Saturday, 19th of August, Kenya formally returned to international football with the participation of Kakamega Homeboys hosting the Libyan side Al Hilal in the first round of the CAF Confederation Cup. Mr. Speaker, the second challenge we inherited was a looming ban.
Yes, David Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the Cabinet Secretary is telling us about the history and the work he has done. He should simply stick to answering the questions that he has been asked, which is about the athletes and the team, a very specific question. We didn't ask about FIFA and football and being suspended. Thank you.
Minister, you may proceed to answer the questions as they were read out by the majority in the interest of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just thought that this whole area is a complete ecosystem and the House could benefit from this background. But let me go straight to the questions. And as you have guided, Mr. Speaker, let me go to the question on the Summer Special Olympic Games. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to provide a detailed report on Kenya's participation in the 2023 Summer Olympic Games held in Berlin, Germany, from June the 17th to 25th this year. The Games had a global participation of a total of 6,500 athletes from across the world, representing 190 countries, competing in 26 different disciplines. We had a whole contingent of 3,000 coaches and 18,000 volunteers at those games. Team Kenya, Honorable Speaker, had a total of 66 athletes who were accompanied by 26 coaches and guides. These particular games, Honorable Speaker, let me clarify, normally involve persons who are intellectually challenged, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I need to emphasize that even the accompanying delegation is normally a bit bigger than in normal delegations because of extra support needed to the team. Mr. Speaker, the team departed on different dates between 10th, 11th, and 16th of June. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why normally teams depart in batches is because, number one, the schedule is normally quite long and athletes prefer to arrive when their particular discipline is very close. And you know that even the weather can affect the performance of an athlete. And so they depart in batches. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Muya. What is the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I am indeed sad that the Minister is not answering the direct question of flagging off these children and welcoming them. But the point of order is that he may not be well briefed about Special Olympic. Special Olympic, Honorable Speaker, from my experience, is games where all children go together, because traditionally the opening ceremony is traditional and closing ceremony is traditional. And the reason they went in different dates was purely because of late procurement of air ticket, indeed, when the games had already commenced.
Let him finish, you'll ask him supplementaries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the team was accompanied by 13 government officials, led by Her Excellency, the Second Lady, and 2 officers from the ministry, the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Academy of Sports, and the Acting Director of Sports. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that the ministry took full responsibility for this team. We provided a total of 159 million shillings, 825,282 shillings to support the full preparations and participation of this team at these games. And that money included support to residential training, provision of uniforms, sports equipment, travel expenses, which included return air tickets for the whole delegation, allowances in accordance with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, accommodation, reception. We had a reception upon the team returning, and also awards or rewards for this team. Mr. Speaker, let me inform the House that on average, because of the sporting tradition of this country, on average we have multiple teams participating in various activities across the world. In any given month, you might have 3 or so delegations going to different parts of the world to represent the country in different activities. We work at the ministry as a team, Honorable Speaker, and we take responsibility for different activities at different times. This particular activity or this particular trip did not find me in town, Your Excellency, Honorable Speaker, because I was performing other duties elsewhere. But the team was fully facilitated. I can confirm to this House that indeed I was not at the airport at the departure of this team, but officers of the ministry accompanying this team ensure that all the preparations required were done and that full funding as required was fully done. Mr. Speaker, I can also confirm that we remained in touch with this team throughout the period of these games. We tracked their participation, and upon their return from this trip, we had a reception at the airport, complete with the traditional dancers, Mr. Speaker, which is a tradition for us in this country. We had officers of the ministry. We even had garlands of flowers to garland them and to celebrate them. And Mr. Speaker, I have images and videos of the very elaborate ceremony of receiving these athletes at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the arrival back of this team, we arranged for a special reception to honor them. And Mr. Speaker, let me also disclose to this House that Her Excellency, the Second Lady, is also the patron of this team. And that's why she traveled with this team, and she has been very supportive to this team. And indeed, through her, we had already received information that His Excellency, the Deputy President, wished to be the host of the reception for this team. I want to confirm to this House that we facilitated that reception, and at that reception, we also provided a confirmation of 18.75 million shillings as cash awards for this team. That cash award, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. This team won 15 gold medals, 10 individual gold medals, and 5 team gold medals. 4 silver medals, 2 individual and 2 team. 5 bronze medals, 2 individual and 3 team. We, using the scale that the ministry has established over time, provided 750,000 shillings for every gold medal winner, 500,000 for every silver medal winner, and 300,000 for every bronze winner. I can assure this House, Honorable Speaker, that the ministry was fully represented at that ceremony by the Principal Secretary of the ministry responsible for State Department of Sports, Engineer Peter Tum, who represented the ministry at that event. And as I've already indicated, Honorable Speaker, in that period, I was on assignment, out of town official assignment of the ministry. But I can assure you that even in my absence, and this ministry is not run as a one-man show, this ministry is run together with 2 principal secretaries, one of whom is accompanying here. The ministry is run with senior officers across the ministry, and we share responsibilities. I believe, Honorable Speaker, that this team was well handled, this team was well facilitated, this team was well received, and this team has been well rewarded for the excellent performance representing the country. Let me conclude on that particular question, Honorable Speaker, by confirming to this House that I have been available to receive Kenyan teams, to send off Kenyan teams multiple times. I've been at the airport to see off our rugby team. I have held receptions for our teams. When our team to Australia, to the World Cross Country Championship, left the country, I was on hand to flag them off. When they came back, I was on hand to receive them and to hold a reception for them. This I have done countless times, Honorable Speaker. The last one is our team that is currently competing at the Budapest World Athletics Championships. It is a team that I hosted. It is a team that I flagged off. And, Honorable Speaker, on the occasion of flagging off this team, they even raised issues on their allowances. And after consulting and looking at the scheme, which we have been revising, we were able to triple the allowances, the team that is currently in Budapest. Local allowances we tripled from 1,000 per day to 3,000 per day. International allowances we tripled from $60 a day to $200 a day. And that was done in the context, Honorable Speaker, of the reward scheme which we have revised to improve our appreciation to our athletes. You saw when Faith Kipyegon broke the world record. In the context of that new scheme, we are able to award her 5 million Kenya shillings and a house worth 6 million Kenya shillings. We did the same to support Ferdinand Omanyala for his excellent performance in the African Championships in the 100 meters. Under the same scheme, Honorable Speaker, we held a ceremony a month ago called the Hongera Award Ceremony, where again we awarded different teams in different disciplines, including football teams, including legends, just to confirm that our commitment to reward our athletes is absolutely unprecedented. This is something that has never really happened before. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the screen is full, so it will be difficult to follow the screen. Some of you hooked in very early. Let's start with the questioner, the majority leader. I'll come to all of you. Minister, record the supplementaries so that you can answer them together. We'll take several in a row.
Honorable Speaker, the minister asserts that he was at the airport to receive them. I don't know if it was at the airport. I'm assuming it's at the airport. Maybe he can clarify. And if there would be any evidence, I would propose, Honorable Speaker, that through the relevant committee, that evidence be adduced to give the House the comfort that indeed the minister or any representative of the ministry was at hand to receive them. Honorable Speaker, because this is an open engagement, I have a text message I have received from somebody who says he's a sports photographer. I choose not to read his name. And he says, I would like to inform that even the current Team Kenya in Budapest were not issued with running shoes or spikes. Athlete had to source old spikes or borrow from friends. Honorable Speaker, maybe because part C of the question was asking what measures the ministry is taking to ensure that the ill treatment of athletes and other sportsmen do not recur again. Probably the minister should also give specific measures that he has taken. If the minister needs the support of this house in terms of budgetary allocations, those are some of the things maybe we would want to hear, so that when we engage on budget making process in the course of the later this year from October, the sports committee and the budget committee members who are represented here can then note some of the things that they need to support the minister with.
Yes, Honorable Kajwang, TJ.
Mr. Speaker, quickly, the point as I hear from the question and the response, it has not been answered. Minister says that he was involved elsewhere, or he was engaged elsewhere in official capacities. Now, this is the gist of the question. As I understand it, the member seems to suggest that these were children in Olympic sports. Children, very special in this country, children. Number two, there are people abled differently. Why should these two signals wouldn't have forced the cabinet secretary to prioritize that? One, you are dealing with children. Two, you are dealing with exemplary performance. They are in Olympic. Three, there are people abled differently. You are able to go to rugby's. You are able to go to those people who are running very fast, but you cannot prioritize just children in Olympics. Number two, you are engaged in official capacities. We don't dispute that. I read in social media, which I'm trying to keep abreast with. It is too fast for me. But I read in the social media that this minister chose to go to fine destinations overseas, dining in fine restaurants, using calamari. I do not know what calamari is, and fine wine called Cavelia, with what some of the things that even as a member I'm not able to pronounce. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is the point, that you choose to prioritize your engagement, official engagement, when issues which should have demanded your presence, official presence, because all the responses he has been given is that that his personnel were with him. There was a PS, there was all this, including Her Excellency, the Second Lady. The point is, why as CS wouldn't he found it necessary to be there himself, where children are concerned, where people able differently are concerned? Mr. Chair, thank you.
Let's take one more. Wanjiku, you are the cause of all this. Try and ask
Honorable
one supplementary at a time.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am more sad because here we are discussing of people with special needs. And Honorable Speaker, when you speak in a house like this, where I believe even Special Olympics International is watching and putting the facts contrary to the facts, is a bit disheartening. Honorable Speaker, one, the Cabinet Secretary have said he provided even money for accommodation. Far from the truth. Special Olympics are special in nature. Once the children arrive at the destination, the government from there takes over accommodation, transport, food. For record, the children were sleeping 4 to 5-star hotels. For record, including myself and Honorable Catherine, all the 90 participants were given badge for free transport by the government there. What is the point here, Honorable Speaker? Is if the accommodation was to be taken care of by the Ministry of Transport, these children would have been sleeping on the floor or on the street. Honorable Speaker, the air flights were procured when the games had already started. In fact, the local organizing committee in Germany kept on calling the coordinator of Africa, who is based in Kenya, and at one point on Sunday evening, she broke up and she called me literally crying. The local organizing committee was asking, should we put accommodation for Team Kenya? Should we plan for transport? You haven't yet gotten the air ticket. And as a result, Honorable Speaker, our team, our children, flew with not intended air transport, and they landed at Munich, 8 hours drive to Berlin, where the games were being held. And these are children with special needs. Why? Because the last minute flight booking did not allow the procurement from the ministry, whom I was informed was so arrogant and was even indicating that he will book the flights when he's free. This is the scenario. Honorable Speaker, the second truth I want to put for record in this House, Her Excellency Honorable Dorcas Rigathi is the patron of Special Olympic. She doesn't work for the Ministry of Sports. By that virtue, through her own goodwill, she accompanied the children and she stayed there. Honorable Speaker, another item to be on record. I, Honorable Ajiko Mohia, through the chairman of Africa International Olympics and even the coordinators from Kenya, did stand for Kenya as a country, the high round table meetings which were meant for the minister. The 20 African countries were represented, but when the time for Kenya came, there was no minister. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I only participated in the field twice because the rest of the time I spent sitting for the minister. Honorable Speaker, let the minister understand that we are dealing with the children.
Thank you, Wanjiku. The nominated member for, is it called Abakar? Abu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One question.
Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that 4 swimmers, namely Emily Muteti, Maria Brunella, Swale Talib, Monyo Maina, attended the World Aquatic Championship in Japan
We have
last
not reached
month?
there yet.
Sorry, okay.
All your houses will come to that. Yes, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to ask a follow-up question. The Cabinet Secretary has explained that they spent close to 159 million shillings for various items to take care of the athletes, particularly for provision of uniforms. The question I want to ask, because it's public knowledge and it's in the social media, that our teams have been wearing knockoff uniforms. That is fake Adidas, fake Nikes, and fake uniforms. And it's a known fact. So I want to ask, how much did they spend on the fake uniforms, which are most likely from River Road?
Yes. Yes, Basil. Not all those questions, Minister. One question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I read somewhere that the cheering squad composed of girlfriends of the official, the minister officials. So I want to know I want the minister to share the list of the Kenyan delegation who are purported to be the cheering squad. Thank you.
Yes, Chief Konga. Minister, record all those. You'll answer them together.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I will not repeat the one which you have already read. But I would like to remind the Speaker, remind the Minister, Mr. Speaker, that he needs to acquaint himself with Article 73 of the Constitution. And I just want to read to him for record. It says, authority assigned to a state officer, that is himself, is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that is consistent with the purposes and objects of this Constitution. 2, demonstrates respect for the people. 3, brings honor to the nation and dignity to his office. And then 4, promotes public confidence in the integrity of that office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have listened to this minister. He has said he has spent money on the accommodation of the children. Mr. Speaker, I would like him to confirm, is it true that the German government paid for the accommodation? If they did, can he account what happened to this 500 million that he proposed to have been paid? That it could not even take those children by flight to Munich, where they were supposed to go. To Berlin. Mr. Speaker, the second one. Could you, this minister, also confirm that it is true that the emolument or the rewards that is supposed to have been paid has actually been paid? It is not an intention, it is not a supposition, but it is something that is true. Mr. Speaker, that needs to be confirmed to this House.
Right. Who is the member near the walkway? Kanjori Memusi, Kajiado Central. Give Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know facts are very stubborn, and they've well been stated here. Honorable Speaker, in light of all the facts that have been stated, and in light of Article 73, which Honorable Chepkonga has just read, will this House be in order to demand that the CS Honorable Ababu resigns because he has painted this country in a very negative manner? Will we be in order to demand that he resigns? Thank you.
Murugara, did I see your hand? No. I'll give to Emase. One question, then Nyamai, then Minister, you come to answer those. Give Mary Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I speak as a member of the Sports Committee. And I must say from the onset, I'm very disappointed and saddened by what I've been reading on social media. Having been one of the champions defending the budget of the sports ministry, even before our committee, budget and appropriations, where I'm the vice. You know, Honorable Speaker, when we send sportsmen, the athletes, the special needs category, they are representing Kenya. They are the ambassadors of Kenya marketing this country out there. So any image whatsoever, it will be about Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, the dignity of those players has been compromised. And I want to ask the CS. We have given sufficient funding, and we keep adding whenever they request. What is the problem? Is it that we don't have the money? You don't have enough funding? Is it that you have incompetent staff? It is unacceptable, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Nyamai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary whether he has financial challenges or he has procurement challenges, because clearly something is not in order, Honorable Speaker. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, can the Cabinet Secretary assure this House that this will never happen in this country ever again, and especially for the Special Olympics? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you can now answer those. We'll do another round after this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me make an effort to quickly run through these questions. Let me start by the question by the Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader has asked a question touching on the team in Budapest regarding the uniform. It is a question that has also been asked by the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Shalay, also touching on uniform. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to clarify to this House that, number one, Kenyan teams at this level do not use Adidas as a brand. In fact, the National Olympics Committee of Kenya, which is responsible for teams at this level, has a subsisting contract with Nike. It is a contract that we found while already in place. And so Kenyan teams are, by virtue of that contract, kitted by Nike. And the team that went to Budapest, Honorable Speaker, I actually have the privilege of having the photos because I flagged off the team myself. And at the flagging off, Honorable Speaker, I was together with the President of Athletics Kenya, General Jackson Tuwei. And Honorable Speaker, if you allowed me, I would actually pass on to the Honorable Majority Leader images of Team Kenya, fully kitted in their Nike uniform as per the contract of kitting these teams. And so, Honorable Speaker, I want to submit respectfully that the Kenyan team in Budapest is actually properly kitted by the kitting partner, who is Nike. Honorable Speaker, the Majority Leader also raised a question on the challenges that the ministry may be facing that could affect the performance of the ministry. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, it would be useful as we do this interaction for me to set the scene of where the sporting arena generally looks like. And I want to confirm here that, number one, we have had limitations with budget allocation, and it will be recalled, for instance, that among the ministries that traditionally suffer budget cuts and limited funding is this particular ministry. We have the sports fund, yes, but traditionally, Honorable Speaker, this fund supports so many other things, This fund has supported healthcare, it has supported the Ministry of Education, it has supported school feeding programs, it has supported equipment acquisition in hospitals. And so, in terms of ask, one of the things that we'll be requesting this House to do is to ring-fence this fund and make it strictly a fund for sports and the arts. As it stands today, that fund now supports so many other things which crowds out support for sports and the creatives and the arts. But I want this Honorable House to note that among the biggest challenges facing this ministry is the ecosystem of federations. And I invite this House to acknowledge that the running of sports is not the exclusive domain of government. In fact, it's a partnership between government and federations. The issue of kitting, for instance, every federation normally makes arrangements for kitting. They present budgets to government, then the government provides resources to the federation. We have a serious governance challenge with a lot of our federations. When we come to the issue of aquatics, that issue will come out a lot more clearly. But we have a serious issue. And one of the things that I invite this House to do is to support the ministry fully in cleaning up the mess in federations, making sure that federations are run accountably, making sure that federations hold elections on time. We have a situation where some federations are run by live officials. Those are issues that the ministry is dealing with. Some of them require legislative action, and we have already started the process of reviewing the Sports Act, a matter on which we shall be engaging this House on. And so those are some of the issues, Honorable Speaker, that we will require support from the. On the question by Honorable Otieno Kajwang, Honorable Speaker, let me confirm that.
That is TJ Kajwang.
TJ Kajwang.
Otieno Kajwang is the late.
Yes, my apologies. I served with the Honorable late Kajwang, and I thank you for the correction. Number one, Honorable Speaker, this team was not a team of children, just to confirm that it was a team actually of senior players, aged generally between the age of 20 and 35. That was the general age of the team, just to clarify that on record. Number two, Honorable Kajwang, I can confirm to this House that certainly I'm the least traveled cabinet secretary in terms of traveling. When you talk about traveling to destinations, I saw some report indicating that I'm supposed to be in Budapest with the World Athletics team. I can confirm to this House that because of austerity measures of spending within the ministry, I have actually not had the honor or the privilege to accompany our teams traveling out of the country. We choose instead to send technical officers, like for this particular team, we sent the CEO of the Academy of Sports and the Director of Sports. The team in Budapest right now has a technical officer who is the Director of Sports accompanying the Principal Secretary, Engineer Peter Tum. And so it is not true at all that I go gallivanting around the globe, Honorable Speaker. I actually travel very sparingly. I want that to go on record. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Wanjiku Muia raised a number of questions, one on the spending on accommodation. And I want to confirm that the spending on accommodation, which I indicated here, and it is even in our formal submission, was actually on local accommodation. We accommodated this team at Kise, where we accommodated for the entire period of camping, and that cost was met by the funding that I have provided. Ordinarily, when you have Olympics, the organizing federation takes responsibility at that level. And so let that be clarified. In terms of why this team flew to Munich, it was because there was a build-up activity in Munich. And so different teams were actually supposed to congregate in Munich and then proceed to Berlin from Munich. Reason why this team went to Munich. It is not true that there was late registration. This team was actually registered on time, and all of them were able to participate. The rules for these events, these international events, are so stringent that they do not allow any registration out of time. And I can confirm that this team indeed was registered on time. Honorable Gladys Boschley, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, raised a couple of questions, one on the budget and how that budget was spent. And let me confirm, Honorable Speaker, that ordinarily, the ministry does not generate any budget for any event. Budgets are generated by the parent federation. In this case, the budget was generated by the Special Olympics Federation. It is that budget that is used to make the allocation. The funds actually go to the federation, and it's the federation that takes responsibility for that spending. The federation also takes responsibility for kitting, and I want to confirm yet again that we are not aware of any fake Adidas, and that these teams are ordinarily kitted by Nike under a very formal agreement that is actually headlined by the National Olympics Committee of Kenya. That takes responsibility. There was a question.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I do apologize for having to interrupt, but I just want to confirm that even if the kits are procured by the federations, it is the responsibility of the ministry to ensure that these ambassadors of Kenya are not doing something that is illegal. I have photographs here which are downloaded from the Team Kenya website. The Africa Beach Games that happened, the second edition. Here, the pictures show they are wearing Adidas, and I will give it to you, Cabinet Secretary. Here, when our team went to, again here on the 28th of June, 2023, on the official Team Kenya site and other, including your own Twitter handle, again, they are wearing Adidas. We all know what Adidas is. And if they were kitted by Nike, then you would have a confirmation that Nike actually donated the uniforms and that they are originals. Again, here I have a picture of our teams again. In fact, the CEO of the Paris 2024 Olympics alerted on the use of fake kits by Kenya, and I have that email. Again, on the 27th of July, our national team, 3x3 under 23, left the country with for the FIBA National League games. Again, here are their pictures wearing fake Adidas. So unless you confirm and give us a letter and transmit it to the leader of majority, showing and confirmation from Adidas saying these are original uniforms, or if it is Nike to say these are original uniforms, I have the pictures here. So this is not hearsay. And Honorable Speaker, so that I don't have to get up again on this issue, I'd also like the Cabinet Secretary. I have searched for days on end for the Talenta app, which was launched by the head of state on the 9th of June. No, yes, 9th of June. It is here. Again, there is no app that exists. What the president launched does not exist at all. We'd like to know, does Talenta Hela exist? Ama ni Talenta Hewa?
May I continue, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, this issue of kit is a very important issue because it touches on copyright, it touches on intellectual property, and it is an area which is very tightly guarded. I want to confirm that the team that the Honorable Gladys Chalet refers to Tunisia, I want to confirm to this Honorable House that I flagged it off myself. I flagged it off myself, and they were in their official Nike kit. That is something I can confirm to this House without any fear of contradiction. I also want to confirm to this House that the team in Budapest, the World Athletics Championship team, is a team I personally flagged off. That team is also at the flagging off wearing their official Nike colors. I am willing, Honorable Speaker, to get confirmation from Athletics Kenya, the federation that manages athletics, National Olympics Committee, the team that manages all teams to the Olympics. I can commit to this House to bring here a confirmation from them on the agreement they have with Nike and the kitting by Nike of all Team Kenya teams to these delegations. And of course, I would also be happy to receive the images and the information that the Honorable Gladys Chalet has. Allow me to come back to Talanta Hela in a moment, but quickly just indicate on the question of raised by Honorable Chepkonga, my learned friend Chepkonga, on the question of accommodation. I have already confirmed that the accommodation was for local accommodation because this team was in camp for quite a number of days preparing for this activity. And on the payment of the awards, that payment is being processed, and there was a challenge. I have confirmed this with the Principal Secretary. There was a challenge with some of the accounts presented for transmission of this money. I want to inform this House that because of previous cases of misappropriation of money meant for athletes, we have changed the procedure, and now we send money for athletes directly to the athletes. It takes a bit of time to get the details. Some of those details sometimes have difficulty, but the 18.75 million Kenya shillings has already been released and is available to the athletes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Emase posed the question on whether the challenge is funding or incompetent staff. As I have already indicated, the ministry has a serious funding challenge. That I'll admit to this House, and I'll actually invite the House to be a lot more accommodating, given the value of sports, to be a lot more accommodating in your resource allocation to sports, to be a lot more accommodating when we request this House to ring-fence the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund for sports and the arts exclusively. I have no doubt that the ministry has competent staff, but we definitely have issues in federations. And as I've already asked this House, we are putting together a very robust program to deal with the governance challenges in federations. But it is a challenge that requires the full support of this House. We have already put these federations on notice, and we invite this House to support that process of streamlining federations. Allow me to conclude, Honorable Speaker, with the question on Talanta Hela. Honorable Speaker, Talanta Hela is a very revolutionary program. It is a program which is intended to fix the myriad challenges that we inherited in this sector. And I had started by making reference to those challenges. We found a country banned by FIFA. We found a country on the verge of being banned by World Athletics because of doping. We found a country with no single stadium approved by FIFA or CAF for football activities. The whole arena of sports infrastructure was completely tattered. We found a country where federations had myriad issues. We also inherited a scene, Honorable Speaker, where that whole area of what we call the creatives was really not consolidated. And I'm talking about musicians, I'm talking about film, I'm talking about royalties payable to our creatives. So that is the scene we inherited. To help fix these challenges, we imagined what we consider to be a silver bullet. And that silver bullet is what we are calling the Talanta Hela Initiative. This initiative, Honorable Speaker, is about launching sports and the creatives as a mega industry. It's about monetizing talents of our young people. And, Honorable Speaker, as I speak right now, we have already had a very successful national youth talent camp. The Talanta Hela Inter-County Football Tournament is going on all over the country. In fact, we launched that tournament in the home county of the Honorable Deputy Speaker of Uasin Gishu at Kipchoge Keino Stadium in a very successful ceremony. That is going on. Honorable Speaker, on the Talanta Hela app, that app is not just an app. The Talanta Hela is actually a digital system. It's a digital system that would allow scouting of talents from all over the country through the virtual space. It is actually a fantastic system, so that a child in Turkana, for instance, can be able to send their skill through that app to a team of scouts. Now, what was ignited by His Excellency the President at State House on June 9 was the system, and the system is ready. I can confirm to this House that there was a challenge that caused a delay in the completion of the screening room, because it is a whole ecosystem from the point where you take a clip and put it in the system, where it is then transmitted to a screening center. That screening center, Honorable Speaker, suffered procurement delays, and we have been given a date of September 4th for the completion of the screening room.
So, Honorable CS, are you confirming it does not exist?
It exists, only that it has not been activated. But the system exists, and the reason why I need to clarify this is that the moment you activate it, you will start sending content, but the content will not have a destination, because the destination is still being put together. And that destination is what we call the Talent Screening Center at Kasarani, and I invite this Honorable House, they can visit Kasarani at the Kenya Academy of Sports, and confirm that actually we are working round the clock to complete the screening room at the Kenya Academy of Sports in Kasarani.
There's
But
a
the system is
point of order from the Deputy Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary is confirming that when the President launched something that was not ready, that is what we need to know. Because if it's not live to the public, then it was not necessary to launch it. So let's get a confirmation. He's saying it's under progress. So whatever was launched is something under construction. I think we need, that should come out clearly. Don't try and say we are building and it's staying here and it's in Kasarani. It was launched, which means it should have been live to the public, and it is not.
I know there are many interventions on this. Honorable CS, please save yourself what you see in the House, because the question the Deputy Speaker asked is whether what was launched in State House exists as it is as or not. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that it doesn't exist. Honorable Ochieng, I'll hear Honorable Ochieng, then I'll hear Honorable Fatuma.
Honorable Speaker, I've sat here and listened pensively to my friend, the CS for Sports. And I can tell you for sure, from where I sit, that he's not in charge. Because he's kept passing the buck to federation after federation. That on this Olympics, it's the Olympics committee that is in charge. On football, it is the Football Federation. It can't be that way.
Honorable members,
I want to ask my question.
Yes, ask a question
Madam Speaker.
on the same Talanta Hela, because I will open a few others as follow-up questions.
No, Madam Speaker, I was going to ask also that I don't have to come back, if you allow me.
Honorable members, we've already exhausted the 1 hour that the Speaker had intended for this question. I would request we let the CS finish, then I will give a few more interventions, and then we will go to the second part of the question, which actually now touches on aquatic, and we had a few members on the same. So the CS can finish. Honorable Cheng, you'll wind up, then I'll give the CS, and then we'll continue with the others later.
What I wanted to know from the Minister is what he is doing as Minister to ensure that he takes back the charge of the Ministry and Sports Affairs in the country. Number two, we've heard that this government works through something called one government approach. And just following up on the question by the Deputy Speaker, is it now the policy of government to keep launching things, because it's just not sports? You tell the President, go and launch things that are not ready, then you tell us that there was procurement challenges. Why didn't you wait for the procurement challenges to be sorted out first before you launch, Chair? Thank you so much.
Cabinet Secretary, please make it precise.
Thank you. I'll be very precise on this, Honorable Speaker. What I want to confirm is that the President launched a whole initiative. That initiative is called Talanta Hela. This initiative was launched on June 9, but it had a program. It had a calendar. That calendar included the inter-county football tournament. This program was launched on 9th. The tournament started 1 week ago because it had a calendar and it had a process of preparation, including working closely with the counties. The tournament was part of it. We had something called National Talent Camp. That talent camp happened and was concluded last week. So there is a series of activities. When you talk about the Talanta Hela initiative, it's not just about the app. It's a series of activities. And in fact, I can confirm to this House that the app was intended to go up during the period of the tournament, because that is when really we want to pick up the talents. And so it is not true that the President launched something non-existent. The President launched a program that is actually being rolled out. The program is being rolled out through the Inter-County Football Program. The program is being rolled out through the National Talent Camp. The program is being rolled out by the Creatives Economy Program. For instance, I can confirm to this House that the entire ecosystem of the football, of the sports undertaken by schools, the second term ball game that concluded in Kakamega, is a program that was fully funded by this ministry to the tune of 267 million Kenya shillings. And it is from that program that we brought 2,000 students to Nairobi for the National Talent Camp. That is part of the Talanta Hela program. It is under the same program that we are building partnerships around music and film, and we have even signed partnerships with a number of partners like Trace TV, like the American Grammys, and all these partnerships are part of that Talanta Hela ecosystem. So it's a very broad program. It has a long implementation time frame, and each of the activities that are set under this program are rolling on, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
I want us to make progress, honorable members. I can see there are some members who had asked some questions. Honorable Basil, you had asked the issue of joyriders. If I remember well, Honorable Rachel Nyamai, you had asked the CS whether he has issues with money. Honorable Memusi had asked the chair, had asked the CS whether he's willing to resign. CS, you will respond to those three. Then I will get to the last leg of these questions. Honorable members, please hold your horses. We will try to cover as many as possible.
Honorable Speaker, on the question by Honorable Basil, I am not aware of any joyriders being part of any official delegation accompanying any Kenyan team to any event. If it's the event that we are discussing here, the Para-Olympics in Berlin, the ministry was represented by only two officers who I have named here: the CEO of the Kenya Academy of Sports and the acting director of sports. Those were the only officials from the ministry. Her Excellency, the Second Lady, had a delegation, and that is a delegation that we were managing separately. Other than those two delegations and the officials accompanying the team, together with the athletes, I'm not aware of any other joyriders. But if the honorable member has any details of any joyriders, I would be more than happy to get those details, Honorable Speaker. But I'm not aware of any. Honorable Nyamai, on the question of resources, I have answered this question, and I have made it very clear that this ministry is among the least funded ministries. And that is not a lie. This ministry receives the least funding by government, and it is always a struggle. And even the sports fund, which was intended to be some kind of backup for this ministry, is crowded by so many other needs. Health dips in, education dips in, tourism and culture dips in, everybody dips in their hand, which crowds out the resources available for sports and the arts. We would be very grateful to this House to pass regulations to ring fence. And let me announce, Honorable Madam Speaker, that we have actually brought here a formal request asking this Honorable House to ring fence the sports fund for sports and the creatives strictly. Honorable, my good brother, Honorable Cheng, I have not in any language, whether English, Swahili, or Lunyala dialect that I grew up speaking back in the villages of Budalangi, I have not said at all that I am not in control of this ministry. What I have, and I can confirm to you, Honorable Madam Speaker, is that I'm fully in touch and in control of this ministry. But I have made it clear that this is a public institution and it cannot be run as a one-man show. I share responsibilities with my two principal secretaries. I share responsibilities with my technical officers. And I also know that sports has other stakeholders. Federations play a critical role in the management of sports. The reason why Kenya was banned by FIFA in 2021 is because government attempted to do something which FIFA interpreted as meddling in the affairs of the federation. It is something which repeatedly crops up because federations have a role. And if we genuinely want to improve sports in this country, please oversight the ministry and make sure the ministry is performing optimally, but don't close your eye to federations. Federations have a critical role to play. Let us make federations accountable. Let us make federations improve their governance culture. If federations are performing and the ministry is performing, definitely sports in this country will improve. And especially if we provide sufficient resources to support these activities. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Other members, we will make progress on this matter. I would request that the CS answers part 2 of this question, so that we also open another window for follow-up questions, and we will get as many as possible at that point. Honorable CS, and please, Honorable CS, we understand the history and maybe where you're coming from, but please stick to the question on the issues. Be precise and to the question. What is your point of order, Honorable Memusi? I had already raised your question with the Honorable CS. Would you be willing to resign? I don't want you to repeat it, Honorable CS. Honorable Memusi, do not repeat the question because you had already asked. CS, as you answered the second part, kindly respond to Honorable Memusi.
Honorable Speaker, I believe I have responded to pretty much all the questions raised except the issue raised by Honorable Memusi.
Honorable CS, address the House. Just
Thank
continue.
You. Thank you. Thank you.
Let the CS make the response, then we will give a few more members. We will let the Cabinet Secretary answer this question. Please go on, answer Honorable Memusi's question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind, in my work, in my imagination. I have no doubt that I am performing well as Cabinet Secretary for Sports, the Arts, and Youth Affairs. Honorable Speaker, 10 months ago, when I walked into this ministry as the Cabinet Secretary, I inherited an arena that was in a total mess, as I have already indicated. I inherited an arena, as I said, football banned.
Honorable CS, please respond, just precisely.
I can respond to this House.
Are you willing to resign based on these issues that have been raised on this floor?
I believe, Honorable Speaker, that there is absolutely no sufficient ground that would cause my resignation, because I believe I am performing exemplary well as Cabinet Secretary responsible for this ministry.
Order members. Order members. Order members. I know we have many follow-up questions on this issue, but I would like us to let the CS go to the second part, and we will open it up again. But I know Honorable Wanjiko had asked a question which has not been answered. Order, Honorable Roko, order. Honorable Wanjiko, the question that you had raised on payment. Honorable CS, respond to that issue. You are not on record, Honorable Wanjiko. Honorable CS, there was a question on the payment. You said it's in the process. How long and when is it supposed to be completed?
I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Wanjiko Muya, that with the little glitches that have already been settled by the Principal Secretary and the fund, I believe that in no more than a week, the fund should be in the accounts of the athletes. In no more than a week, Honorable Speaker. May I now, Honorable Speaker, come to the question of aquatic sports. And Honorable Speaker, let me from the outset indicate to this House that the state of swimming in this country is symptomatic, is a microcosm of the challenges in federations that I have repeatedly alluded to. A challenge where federations have, for a long time, not been ready to respect the law of this country, where federations have been reluctant to be accountable. We have a law in this country, Honorable Speaker, called the Sports Act. It is a law that we put in place to regulate this whole arena of sports. We enacted this law in 2013, and Honorable Speaker, I was actually the Minister for Sports in the coalition government when I stood on this floor. That time I was both Minister for Sports and Member of Parliament for Budalangi, and I stood on this floor to move the Sports Act for enactment. We have had serious challenges in the intervening period in enforcement of that statute. Today, what ails Aquatics Kenya, or Kenya Aquatics? The issue here is failure to comply with the law and the regulations. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, is that as we speak today, this federation is embroiled in a court case, a legal tussle. This case that has moved from the Sports Tribunal to the High Court is now styled as Nairobi High Court Petition number E08 of 2021, Margaret Ngungu Mwasha and another, versus the Kenya Swimming Federation and 3 others. 2 factions of this federation have gone to court. And the bone of contention is who should be in control of this federation and how should the elections for this federation be conducted. One faction is clinging onto a constitution that they produced as a faction. The other faction is insisting that things have to be done differently, which has caused a major stalemate. I want to confirm to this honorable house that we have made effort to intervene in this matter by engaging directly with World Aquatics. This house also needs to take notice of one major issue when it comes to dealing with the international federations. International federations are very protective of their turf. They are very protective of their affiliates. You touch an affiliate, the World Federation tells you that is government interference. And so we have been tussling with World Aquatics to allow government to exercise the law, and specifically to exercise, Honorable Speaker, the mandate in Section 54 of the Sports Act. Section 54 of the Act allows the Cabinet Secretary to make an intervention in the management of a federation. We have gone back and forth with World Aquatics because they feel if we deploy Section 54 of the Sports Act, then they will pretty much walk out of Kenya and completely freeze Kenya out of international swimming activities. But I'm glad to inform this House that we had a breakthrough this morning with World Aquatics. And World Aquatics has now agreed that we can form a team under Section 54 on consultation with them, because they have already put together a team called Stabilization Committee. They have been very protective of that committee, and they had even refused to allow government to have membership on that committee. We have agreed with World Aquatics that we can now consult and put together a joint team, a team that involves representation desired by World Aquatics and representation that meets the requirements of Section 54 of the Sports Act. I want to assure this House that we have held multiple meetings. I have held a meeting with parents. This is a sport where parents have got a very big voice because it involves minors, and previously we have had the challenge of these minors being abused. And so parents insist to have a big say. I have met parents. I have met the Stabilization Committee, and I have engaged World Aquatics. I believe that with the agreement today that we can form a joint committee, we should be able to resolve this matter. But as even as give that undertaking, the elephant in this room is this High Court petition number 08 of 2021, which we must get out of court, because through this application, we have an injunction that stops anybody from purporting to undertake elections or the management of swimming activities. Let me also assure this House that among the asks we have put before World Aquatics is that we have asked World Aquatics that as we go on with this process of putting together the committee and preparing elections and agreeing on a constitution for Aquatic Kenya, we can have an arrangement where our swimmers can continue to participate in international competitions. We have an event coming up in February next year. It is an important activity because it's a qualifier for the Olympics. We have asked World Aquatics that as we deal with these issues, let us not punish the athlete. Let us deal with the governance issues, but have an arrangement that will allow our swimmers.
Yes, I see you have a team. Please note the questions. There are many. Honorable Fatuma, give Honorable Fatuma the microphone.
Honorable Speaker, it took me an hour to get an intervention so that I could raise a point of information. I have seen in this House that the CS is being given evidences from Facebook, printed and being read by one person. It has not been laid here. We don't know what that person is reading. I've seen a honorable member using an SMS from I don't know who wrote the SMS. And based on that evidence, the CS is being asked, are you ready to resign? How do you resign from information that you don't even know provided from Facebook? I request that all CSS be treated the same. We have tried as opposition bringing information to this House and even certified by lawyers, our information was rejected. What is it about this CS that an SMS and a Facebook can lead to his resignation? May I be informed properly if the CSS are the same in this House? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. But I want to confirm that the question that was asked on resignation was by Honorable Memusi and was totally actually from your side and different from what was laid on this side. All right, Honorable Alice Nganga from Thika.
Honorable Speaker, I just need to go to ask CS. I'm the chair on social protection, and I know there are these sportsmen and women who are able differently. When they go out there, are they given special treatment as they deserve? Because they are not like any other sportsman and a woman. They need special attention. Before they leave here, are they given even people to take them around? Because I know they go for Olympics, but they also need to be treated in a special manner. They are vulnerable. They need to be treated as such. And another thing I've realized, CS, is communication. On your side, communication has failed. Because right now you have told us that you brought 2,000 people here in Nairobi. In fact, we don't know where they came from this nation. I know they came from somewhere, but we don't know from where because there's no that information. If you see drama festivals or music festivals, they are known across the country, even when they are being performed. But when you hear about these activities the ministry is undertaking, we have no such information. And these members of parliament, if you want information to reach every corner of this nation, just involve
the members of the National Assembly. By tomorrow morning, every person will know what is happening in the youth sector. But if you keep to yourself, we are going to be experiencing difficulties like we are doing right now. If there's that football that was going on the other day, we only saw it on the television. We did not know it is going to inter-counties. Let information flow from the ministry to the grassroots where it matters. Because when we go to the grassroots, all the youths are on our case. What is happening? Why is it our constituency not involved in football? Or when youths are going to Nairobi, let information flow from your ministry to the grassroots where it matters most. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, let us keep our questions precise and to the point so that as many people can speak. Honorable KJ.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my two questions are very succinct to the Honorable CS, Ababu Namwamba. And it is in regard to the federation. The first one is in regard to the federations that Honorable CS has severally referred to. And Madam Speaker, noting that Honorable Amina Abdallah, this is the CS Emeritus as Gazette notice, banning FKF has never been voided, it has never been vacated, it has never been reversed or challenged, and there are two court orders which are confirming that due process was followed in the banning of FKF. The question here to Honorable CS is whether FKF, as one of the federations that is pulling back sports in this country, whether the FKF officers who are in office now, Mr. CS, are legally in office. It is important also to ask, noting that even if they were in office legally, their term would be ending in February, are there active plans to prepare for elections in the coming year? Madam Speaker, the second question I ask as Chair, Communication, Information and Innovation. Is the Honorable CS aware of any deals that are being cut with Azam TV of Tanzania? And if there is any such deal that is being cut, how is it being cut at the expense of the national broadcaster, KBC? Have we checked KBC? Have we checked their ability to air live matches? And have they been proven not fit for purpose, even at a moment where there is a cabinet memo in front of the cabinet where he sits on the revamping and reorganization of KBC? Honorable CS, kindly.
Honorable Mark Nyamita.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have two questions, but I'll just make a comment. And I just want to urge my colleagues, because, and I speak as a sports practitioner, I actually run a club, and I have interacted with these federations. It may be important for the House to know that the ministry's powers in dealing with federations is only to a certain limit. And maybe it's about time that this House might want to consider giving more powers to the CS if we are to expect some of the expectations that I'm hearing from some of my colleagues here. Because otherwise then, if we also come to this House, Madam Speaker, and refer to hot discussions that are going on social media to grill a cabinet secretary, we might miss the point, I must say. Having said that, Madam Speaker, let me also say that I think, and I'm saying as a practitioner of sports myself, that there's been a great...
There's a point of order from Honorable Wanjiku.
Speaker, is the Honorable Member in order to refer to the discussion here as hot air from social media when we know that the Special Olympic happened in Berlin 2023 and it was the subject matter to bring these other debates. Is he in order?
Honorable Mark Nyamita, actually what concerns me is whether under Standing Order 90, you're bound to declare interest yourself as a club owner.
Madam Speaker, there's no conflict of interest in this particular matter. I'm only sharing my experience having managed a club. And, there is no point of conflict of interest. I'm only sharing for the benefit of the greater House, of how federations have powers that the ministry sometimes do not have. But just to the point of order raised by Honorable Wanjiku Muya, I think the word hot air is from you, but you will agree with me that many of the members here have alluded to discussions that are going on social media. And for the purpose of record, Honorable TJ Kajwang did mention, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader did refer to what is going on social media. And I'm only saying, if we have no way of verifying what we see on social media, because on social media, some of us have even been declared dead, yet we are here. So it would be unfair really to even ask the CS really to resign on issues that are saying. But back to my question, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask, is
Honorable Mark
the CS...
You have already taken 2 minutes. You said you have no question. You have a
I
comment.
have a question. I have a question, Madam Speaker.
You started by saying you will not ask a question. You have a comment, which I have given you 2 minutes.
I didn't say that, Madam Speaker. My question is just one question.
We can check the answer, but the next moment will go to Honorable Rindikiri on this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the Honourable CS is aware of the Kenya Deaf Handball Championship team. Madam Speaker, the Kenya Deaf Handball Championship team missed their international match in July 2023 because they could not get the visas. They were referred to the Ministry of Sports, and subsequently they were disqualified from participating in the 2025 because of missing the visa. The games took place, Madam Speaker, in the city of Copenhagen, in the Republic of the Government of Denmark. The question is, can the Cabinet Secretary explain the reason why the team was denied visa by the Government of Denmark? And what step the ministry will take in the future to ensure that these people with special needs are given passports and visas by the respective government as the parent ministry. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, allow me to recognize in the public gallery students from Karama Academy, Msambweni constituency, Kwale County. Please join me in welcoming them to observe the proceedings of the House. The next chance will go to Honorable KK from Molo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have one comment and one question. And at a time when we are all lamenting about how the CS has performed, I would like to congratulate him on the Bukungu Stadium finals that was done for schools. As in that really showed, that was really nice. I didn't know it was a Ministry of Sport that was doing that. And Kenyans are saying that they are ready to go and pay to watch our local matches. So that was very good. On the Talanta Hela app, Honorable CS, that you kept referring to, I checked on my app store, it's not available. And maybe I thought it's because I'm using an iPhone. So I've asked my colleague who's using an Android, and still it's not there. So is the app working? Has the app been operationalized? And if not, then when it's going to be operationalized? And with that, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on the same point.
Order, Honorable Roko. The next chance will go to the member, Honorable Abu Ahmed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did speak, but I was stopped. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that 4 swimmers, namely Emily Muteti, Maria Brunella, Swale Talib, Monyo Maina, attended the World Aquatic Championship in Japan last month, were admitted under the suspended member federation without any support from the ministry? Despite the lack of funding, the team managed to set a new national record. The 4 athletes did an email correspondence to the Cabinet Secretary on July 11th, 2023, detailing the challenges they faced and continue to face. Up to date, the ministry has never replied or responded to the email. The sports ministry doesn't seem to care about the welfare of swimming and sports in general. They even texted you on your WhatsApp number with all the details on the complaint. Thank you.
The next chance, Honorable Mutunga. Make it short and precise.
Okay. This one is working. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak of a very specific issue that has had to do with me. The Honorable CS has said is up to the task, and he has everything in his control. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to communication, I would like to ask the Honorable CS whether he is aware that I personally invited him to launch an award of a Pan-African Book Award by a member of my community. Writing in this country is extremely poor. We need to encourage the young people to write. I personally spoke to his PA. I sent a letter to the PA. The award is being given tomorrow.
What is the question?
We do not have any response. Is he aware? Is he in charge of his ministry? Does he have that communication?
Honorable members, we do not personalize this matter. Member for Sirisia. Member for Sirisia. The microphone is roaming behind you. Yes.
Oh. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some of the questions I think are personal. But let me ask mine. Honorable Siri, recently you gave out 100 million to sports teams and individuals. In the first time it's happening in this country, Waziri, I want to ask you, could this have contributed to your problems with some of those who did not benefit?
Honorable Umi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the Minister would be regarding the National Talent Academy on the Talantahela program. I'm concerned because are we just making the young players just play and play without having professional agents to scout them so that they can get professional football careers? Because between the month of March and August, I'm aware of private agents who've been coming to the country and have scouted at least 10 Kenyans. But in the Talantahela program, when I looked at it, it doesn't have any nearby deliverables where we can say in the next few years, at least we've signed these young players from across the country. So my question to him is, does the ministry have a plan where they're partnering with agents? Because football, unlike the athletics, do not just run and have their scouting happening from within. They have to be signed to professional football academies. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Justice.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, my question to the CS is very brief. Honorable CS, we've been doing extremely well in athletics, and more particularly, we've been doing well in the steeplechase as a specific event. Are you aware, Honorable CS, that we seem to be losing grip on steeplechase, and what are you doing specifically to make sure that traditional event gets back to Kenya? Thank you.
Member for Keses.
Where is the microphone? Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think also I will go as my colleague Justice, very brief. Number one, Madam Speaker, all of us were aware that currently Kenya is participating in the World Championship in Buddhism. And coming from...
Did you mean Budapest?
Hungary, you can use the other name, you can feel it yourself. Budapest. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, says, this house is a house of record.
Budapest, thank you.
You mean Budapest, not Buddhism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, it depends with the school you went. I went to Luamatuin Primary, so you can excuse me for that. Now, Madam Speaker, as you said, Wasingishu and more so Eldoret has acquired a named City of Champions because of the athletes that come from that area or they reside in that place. Recently, I saw the CS visited Eldoret, and since I had no prior, or we as leaders from there, we had no prior information, we would have accompanied him and would have dual issues around there. But since we have an occasion now, from the CS, I wish to know the deliberate measures you put in place to save us from the shame of Kipchoge Stadium that has been there for years. This is the only stadium we have that could give opportunity to athletes to train, to practice, and maybe even the current challenges we are experiencing in stable jerseys because we have no field for them to train. What are the deliberate measures you are putting in place? Because I saw you there, I'm sure you have information, and you never made even a statement that would have assisted us to be together with you. Thank you.
Honorable Kagombe. The microphone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have three concerns to the Honorable CS. One, on the issue of the Olympics. He said, on the issue of money, he said that we have had a challenge of accounts. But he also confirmed that he paid the allowances. So this account that paid allowances was not able to pay the monies for the winners for the medals. So I want to find out how this account is able to pay for some monies and not the others. Number two, it is good. He has observed that he had a meeting with the World Aquatics today morning, and he alluded to what they discussed. But this, Kenya is watching, and the people, especially who are in swimming, have been waiting for this day. A lot of young children who now cannot swim, even at personal capacities because we've been banned from swimming, are wondering, and they wanted something concrete to hold on. The qualifiers for the Olympics are coming up on February. We are unlikely to have had the CS again in this house. So we want to know now concrete plans that he has with World Aquatics to make sure that our children participate in the qualifiers for the Olympics in the swimming, for swimming, as they organize that. But I'm also concerned, Madam Speaker, that we have two functions in a federation and we are not able to moderate between two factions that have kept us in court since 2014. I expected that the Honorable CS is able to put these two people together so that we do not have to wait for the courts. They can have an out-of-court settlement so that our children stop suffering. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I also want to confirm, Honorable Kagombe, that the CS can be made to appear in this house any other time if the house so feels important. Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll pick it up from where Honorable Kagomba has stopped from. And while holding brief for Honorable Majority Leader, I want to ask the CS to come clear on the question that the Honorable Majority Leader asked on the aquatic sports, and particularly the question Roman 2C, where he required him to give an undertaking that Kenya will participate in the World Aquatic event that is scheduled in February 2024 in Doha, Qatar, and the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris, France. Honorable Speaker, he has stated that there are two factions that have taken each other to court on the issue of the Stabilization Committee that was established on 28 June 2022. But he hasn't come out clear on whether the ministry is making effort, possibly even to invoke the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, at least for the purposes of, hastening this process to make sure that these particular teams participate in the 2024 Summer Olympics and the February 2024 events that are scheduled there. What measures have they taken? Have they been involved? Have they enjoyed themselves in the case that is in the High Court? That is a question, Honorable Speaker. Thanks.
Honorable Bensouda.
Thank you very, very much. I've really been trying since morning. Now, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity. First and foremost, allow me to appreciate that the CS was appointed a youthful and, so far as I know him, an intelligent young man who must deliver and champion the youth sports, everything that is under his docket. From the discussion, since I listened, the preliminary of the introduction of the majority leader, a lot could be alluded by the fact that Honorable Kajwang mentioned that there were some disorders which needs to be put to order. I had a lot of emphasis on the roles of the majority leader directed to the CS. To me, that was not fair at this juncture, because that was not the purpose as to why he was called. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there was also a mention of reckless talks. I was disappointed as a professional teacher when the children are on the gallery and I hear a senior member of parliament talking about, I don't care what is in the social media. Very unfortunate for elected leaders. That must be corrected to all of us. Number 3, from the discussions which the CS has been asked, it is mandatory that the CS has to table the records and reports on the framework of his work in terms of procurement, in terms of the activities taking place within the country and outside the country, and align it to the budget, to the Committee of Sports, so that issues are verified. I was also seeing a case whereby the Deputy Speaker gave out the photos of pictures of Adidas. I don't know Nikes, I don't know what. We cannot verify that. Madam Speaker, I want to remember one time when Honorable Atinda Molo gave out a report of signed documents. This very house was disapproved and said that we cannot accept that. It is not authentic. And so even the Adidas photos are not authentic. Until the Committee for Sports summons the CS for Sports to sit before them. One thing that I'm talented, Madam Speaker, is psychology. I want to say that the discussion I'm seeing here is tailored towards crucifixion. Even Jesus was told he claims he's God. Jesus was told he claims he's what? I think we are leaders and we are mature. Please, I'm now asking my question.
Honorable Bensouda, you are now debating. You are now debating. I will give you 30 seconds. If you have a question, ask the question.
Very fast, and 1 second, I'll ask 3 questions. What framework do you have for the female gender of this country in active participation of sports, not necessarily international? 2, I come from the Lake region in Homa Bay County. We are not only talking about swimming, we have boat racing, and I want the CS to tell us what plans he has for talent nurturing, because this country is working towards youth empowerment. What are we doing on activities along the lake to ensure that through your ministries, youth are empowered? Talenta Yala is working, come on board and work with the Ministry of Women Rep Homa Bay County.
Order members, we must make progress and we will close this session. CS, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, order members, we have already gone 1 hour overboard from the time allocated by the Speaker. We will get to a close because we have serious business ahead. Honorable CS, you will respond to these many questions. And Honorable Majority Leader, when I look at the statement you have sought and the questions you had raised, the CS has not been able to respond properly to Part C and Part D. So we will definitely be calling him back. And maybe you can commit to that, because there are still many members with many questions on several of these issues. Majority Leader, as a precursor to the CS.
Honorable Speaker, indeed I wanted to seek your indulgence, because I'm seeing we have gone an hour past the time that the Speaker had allocated, and in view of the other business, I wanted just to seek your indulgence. We allow the CS to take leave and probably answer some of those follow-up questions together with the others. And there are also other questions that have been asked by members. And remember, today we only called him on notice, and we will be inviting him again. We allow him probably even not to answer these ones, so that we proceed to the other business.
Honorable CS, you will answer to the ones that you can right now, but join that with your closing remarks. Take the shortest time possible. The rest of the questions will be done in the follow-up session. There is nothing out of order. Let the CS make the response.
Honorable Speaker, there definitely are challenges, I have to admit here. There have been challenges in selection of teams representing the country in various activities. And it is important, I will keep on repeating this, it's important that we streamline operations of federations. One of the things that we'll be proposing when we bring a request here for amendment of the Sports Act is to include the entire Article 10 of the Constitution on national values in constitutions of our federations. And on the basis of that, Section 10 on national values, because, Honorable Speaker, every single athlete in this country, across the disciplines, must be afforded the opportunity to compete for the opportunity to represent the country. That has really not been the case. And it is among the issues which we intend to work on keenly as we streamline operations of federations. There is also the question of gender, and I am glad really to inform this House that as a ministry we are very keen on ensuring gender equity in our sports by ensuring that every single opportunity we have involves both genders.
What is out of order, Honorable Ruku?
Madam Speaker, the Minister is talking about keenness, and it is true that the ministry made the President to round Talenta era when it was not ready. That is not part of keenness. The office of the President must be as cathedral as far as executing the mandate of the office of the President.
Honorable Member,
and the ministers, and more so.
I hear you. Honorable Member, I hear you, but that issue was already canvassed and responded to. Honorable CS.
Honorable Speaker, should I run over the questions in the last session? Okay. Allow me then very quickly, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. Honorable Fatma, I thank you for your statement. Honorable Alice Nganga, I want to admit that there is a need to communicate more. There is a need to network with members of parliament more robustly, and I want to make an undertaking that that is certainly is an area where the ministry will seek to step up so that there can be more interaction, more communication, more networking with members of parliament. The program that I alluded to of the 2,000 young people from the National Talent Academy is part of the Talanta Hela initiative, and these are young people who are selected by scouts during the school's ball games, and they were selected across 9 disciplines, and they were selected from across the country because this was going on right from the regional level, and they were brought here for training, they were brought here for scouting, and I can combine this answer with a question raised by I believe it was Honorable Umi, who wanted to know whether this Talent Academy, which we hosted here, was just an opportunity for young people to come here, or whether there was any deliberate effort for scouting. And I want to assure this House that this National Talent Camp is one of the key deliverables of the Talanta Hela initiative. And I assure this House that the Talanta Hela initiative is actually on and it is rolling. This National Talent Camp, the Interlanta Hela Intercount Football Program, the Creatives Economy Program that is going on. A lot of activities are going on in the Talanta Hela space. And during this talent camp, all federations participated in the various disciplines, rugby, football, and the rest. And the purpose of federations participating is that we wanted them to start selecting players from this level for teams under those federations. For instance, we expect that the Kenya Rugby Union must have identified some young talents for progression to the Kenya Under-20 rugby team. The national team technical benches participated. We had the national coach of the Harambee Starlets, the national football women team. We had the national technical bench of Harambee Stars, and the purpose was to start picking talents at this level. Because for football, for instance, Kenya has never had a national under-15 team or national under-17 or under-19 team. The purpose of this program is to start constructing age-capped teams, because that's the best way to feed the national team and ensure that Kenya is supremely competitive. And it is during this program that we also announced that 3 young Kenyans had actually won scholarships to progress to foreign academies. Aldrin Kibet, Alvin Kasavuli, Moses Wamalwa have all been admitted to the NSA Academy in Spain to advance their footballing talents. So the camp is not just about coming together and gathering children together. The camp is actually to provide an ecosystem where they can receive elite training and they can progress to develop their talents to the next level. Quickly to Honorable KJ. Honorable KJ has asked 2 very significant questions. The question on FKF, we are fully aware, Honorable Speaker, on the status of FKF, including the legal conundrum. But we had an arrangement with FIFA, and that arrangement was to progress FKF to a point where they can hold elections, because we have had serious issues in this federation. And I do expect that FKF should hold their elections as scheduled, because that is one way of starting to put the whole footballing ecosystem on a new keel. On the question of Azam TV vis-a-vis KBC, I want to tell this House that again, as part of the monetization agenda of Talanta Hela, we have taken cognizance of the fact that all corporate sponsorship took flight from Kenyan sports. Live broadcasts took flight from football. All the interest that we have had previously in sports has disappeared because of mismanagement, because improper running of this space. But I'm glad to report to this House that a package has been put in place. Allow me not to go into those details because it has not been officially made public and there are a number of partners involved, but I can confirm to this House that KBC is right at the heart of that program. And we believe that KBC must be afforded opportunity to build its capacity to become a serious broadcaster. And you must have seen that we gave KBC the opportunity to broadcast the Safari Rally. We gave KBC the opportunity to broadcast the National Ball Games finals in Buhungu. We gave them the rights to do that broadcast live. And we are slowly assisting KBC to build its muscle. It is going to be part of a package that includes 2 major things. Number 1, a sponsorship package that will see money going straight to clubs. And number 2, a live broadcast package. Very soon, the details will be made public, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Rindikiri, I got your question on the Kenya Deaf handball team. And the challenge we had with this particular assignment was the visa issuance by the Embassy of Denmark. Among the challenges we face daily is the late processing of requests by federations when they're preparing teams for international assignments. These requests come late. It becomes a big challenge to process funding, and it is an even bigger challenge to deal with visas. And as you know, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the ministry does not have control over issuance of visa. If you apply late for visa, it becomes extremely difficult for visa to be issued. And this is a matter where we have developed new regulations, and we are planning to have a retreat or a meeting with the federations to share the package we have put together.
What is out of order, Honorable Emase?
No, I have all the speakers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was just wondering, I want to believe that most of the sporting events are known much in advance for the whole year and even beyond. Is the minister in order to say there is a delay in preparation of the visas, which is without its control, when we know that most of these sporting events at such a time? Why can't the visas be prepared in advance? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, definitely calendars of events are normally known, but participation in these events is something that is initiated by the Federation. It's the Federation that is affiliated to the relevant international organization. It's the Federation that gets the right to participate, and it's the Federation that then brings a request. And it is true that more often than not, we receive very, very late requests. And it is something which we have put together a framework to help federations handle this matter a lot more smoothly. Honorable KK, thank you on your statement about Buhungu, and I can confirm that indeed all the drama and film festival, the music festival that we had, the concert in Nakuru today with His Excellency the President, and the ball games were fully funded by this ministry to the tune of 267 million Kenya shillings. And we have worked very, very closely with the Kenya Secondary School Sports Association and the Kenya Primary School Sports Association. And that whole program is part of our rolling out the Talanta Hela initiative. As I have already said, the back end of the Talanta Hela system is something that is being sorted out. And as soon as that is sorted out, then live streaming of that can start right away. Honorable Abu Ahmed, we are aware of the issue you raised on the swimmers that went to Japan. But I also want to make it clear here that the regulations of the Sports, Arts, and Social Development Fund only allow the ministry to provide support through federations or through associations. It's the body that brings a request. And the challenge we continue to have with swimming is because of this challenge with the federation. As soon as we are able to sort this out, as soon as we are able to agree with the World Aquatics, that the committee we put in place can take responsibility for the swimmers, then it should be possible to offer some support to our swimmers, both for the qualifiers and for the Olympics. And of course, participation in the Olympics is dependent on qualification. Honorable Mtunga, your invitation to the book award, the book launch, I can confirm to you while on my feet that if the book launch is tomorrow, I would be more than glad. I love books. Promotion of the literary arts is one of the areas which we need to improve. And certainly, Kenya could do with more writing, more production of books. And so I'll be more than happy, Honorable Mutunga, to to come and join you for the launch of this book. There was a question from Honorable Waluke on the 100 million given to sportsmen, sportswomen, and could this be the source of my my troubles? What I can say is that we have really not treated our sportsmen and women right. You may want to know, honorable members, that the 100 million shillings that Honorable Waluke refers here was largely to, number one, clear outstanding awards going back to the year 2010. There are athletes who competed and represented this country from 2010 and they had not been paid their awards. We were able, honorable members, to clear all that backlog, and we were also able, for the first time in the history of this country, to offer something to our legends. We honored our legends who have competed for this country for the last 60 years. And so I believe that that is a good way of spending money. Our athletes, our sportsmen and women are the goose that lays the golden egg, and we must acknowledge and reward them appropriately. And through the Hongera Awards, we'll continue to do this every single year. Honorable Justice asked a fundamental question. We have lost a hold on some of the events where we have reigned supreme, like the steeplechase. We could only manage a bronze medal yesterday during the steeplechase finals in Budapest. And I want to inform this honorable house that I have sat down with Athletics Kenya and I have challenged them to go back to the drawing board so that we can reclaim our glory in our traditional strong sports. And I am happy to also report that after that engagement, Athletics Kenya has submitted to the ministry a blueprint for youth development requiring 64 million Kenya shillings, which is being considered to go back to primary schools, to go back to the basics. Steeplechase requires special training. Steeplechase requires special equipment. The ministry has accepted to make special investment for Kenya to bounce back in steeplechase, because it's an area where we have definitely lost our way. Honorable member for Keses on Kipchoge. Kipchoge is among the facilities, as I said at the beginning, that our sporting infrastructure had really gone under. Until last Saturday, when Kakamega Homeboys played the Libyan team Al Hilal, Kenya did not even have a stadium approved by FIFA or CAF. We had to do emergency rehabilitation on Nyayo to be approved by CAF for that game of Homeboys. We have a master plan, and I would be glad to share with this honorable house that part of the Talanta Hela program is a sports and arts master plan on how to improve our infrastructure. That master plan includes revamping our international stadia so that CAF and FIFA can be comfortable with them. And as you know, we have put in a bid to host the Africa Cup of Nations 2027. We have made tenders for rehabilitation of stadia, and this Kip Keino is among them. These tenders were opened on 17th of this month for rehabilitation of Kasarani, Nyayo, and Kipchoge Keino Stadium in Eldoret. As we await this program to start, we were able to do some emergency rehabilitation of Kip Keino, and that is why Kip Keino was able to host the Devolution Conference Games, which again I had the honor to open myself. Honorable Kangombe, when I mentioned the issue of the account, I meant account details given by some of the athletes. There were a bit of issues which are being sorted out, and I believe that money should reach athletes within a week, as I have confirmed here. Concrete measures for swimmers, I have made it very clear here that we want to agree with World Aquatics on a program where we can have a joint effort between World Aquatics and the government of Kenya to resolve these issues. It will be important to get this court case out of court and get these factions on the table so that we can get Kenya Aquatics back on track. Because the people who are suffering are our swimmers and not those who are fighting. Finally, there was a question from the Honorable Chief Whip that was reiterating a question raised by the Honorable Majority Leader. That question on participation in Doha and in Paris. The undertaking I can give, and I have already given, let me reiterate it, is that we want to agree with World Aquatics to accelerate the process of withdrawing this case from court, of getting the elections for Kenya Aquatics done, and getting Kenya Aquatics back to be able to undertake their mandate, because ultimately this is the mandate of Kenya Aquatics. And as we do that, we want to agree with World Aquatics on a framework that could allow our swimmers to compete, even if that process is delayed. That is the best way to support these athletes. Honorable Bensunda, I have prepared all the records of the issues I have referred to, and it is a whole world of records here, including the state of sports as we found it, as we inherited it, and as I have repeatedly said, we found Kenyan sports in a mess, a total mess. The efforts we have made to start revamping infrastructure, to create a pipeline for talents, to monetize the creatives and talents generally, and to just make sure that Kenya maintains her pedigree as a top competing nation. All this is in the records that we have, and we'll gladly leave them here with the Honorable House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable CS. I can note that there are still very many people, or several people, who have follow-up questions. I have noted Honorable Abu, Honorable Irene Mayaka, Honorable Rueda, Honorable Rindikiri, but as the Majority Leader had presented, this will be done in the follow-up session. I will therefore request that we let the CS out at this point so that we can proceed with the business of the House. Honorable Shakil, you've just walked in. You've just walked in. Honorable CS, kindly take your leave. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members.
I hope the Honorable Murugara and Honorable Kimani Kuri are in the house.
Members, in the morning we were able to move and reported on the Committee of the Whole on its consideration of the anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing laws amendment bill number 35 of 2023, and we wish to pick up immediately from where we left, which, if you remember, was on the section relating to the National Police Service Act 2011, Act number 11A of 2011. And members, I therefore propose the question. I now therefore propose the. I've just done that, Honorable Millie. I've just brought us to speed, if I would use your word. I've just indicated that in the morning, we reported progress to the House on a consideration of the anti-money laundering bill up to and including the provisions relating to the proceeds of crime and anti-money laundering act of 09, which considered unfinished. Now, in the order paper, if you go to page number, doesn't have a page number, page number 1016, and members, you are now considering amendments relating to the National Service Police Act, and therefore wish to propose the question.
Provisions relating to the National Police Service Act 2011, number 11A of 2011.
Honorable members, I wish to propose the question that the provisions relating to section 56A, including the insertion of a new subsection 1A immediately after the deletion and substitution of the division in the proposed subsection 2, be part of the bill. The mover.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the National Police Service Act, Act number 11A of 2011, be amended in section 56A as proposed on the order paper. The justification is that we need to empower the Cabinet Secretary to gazette regulations prescribing the modalities of a controlled delivery and the safeguards preventing abuse of the investigative techniques. Those regulations will actually come to Parliament. As regards the second proposed amendment, it is to limit the use of controlled delivery officers of the rank of inspector and above.
Thank you. I propose the question that the provisions relating to the section 56A of the National Police Service Act 2011 be amended as proposed. The first bite on this will go to Honorable Shakil, who has almost similar amendments.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The amendment is more or less similar, but with a slight, but with the fact that we would like the regulations to be set, rather than asking for it to be set as and when. I feel that the regulations must be set in respect of the controlled, I've forgotten the word. Yes, sir, that's right. Yes. So the only comment I have in that one, Mr. Chair, is that we insist, we insert the amendment that I proposed, which is very similar, but for the fact that we request for regulations to be set from time to time. The reason being, things change, the amounts change, the currency changes, and there's so many other issues that change that cannot be put into the law. So we feel that the regulation must be stipulated here within a certain time. A regulation put rather than depend upon chief officers of police to come up with the regulations as and when. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Thank you so much. And Honorable Shakil, you realize that if the proposed amendment by the chair carries the day, then yours becomes nugatory. Members, I going to now put the question that the provisions relating to the Section 56A of the National Police Service Act 2011 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Murugara. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that the provisions relating to Section 56A as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act of 2011, number 22.
Members, provisions relating to the Ethics and Corruption Commission do not have amendments. I therefore propose the question that the provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act of 2011, number 22 of 2011, be part of the bill. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the National Payment System Act of 2011, number 39.
Honorable members, relating to the mutual legal assistance.
My apologies. Provisions relating to the Mutual Legal Assistance Act of 2011, number 36.
Honorable members, provisions relating to the Mutual Legal Assistance Act 2011 have no amendments. I therefore proceed to propose the question that the provisions relating to the Mutual Legal Assistance Act of 2011 be part of the bill. I put the question that the provisions relating to the Mutual Legal Assistance Act of 2011, Act number 36 of 2011, be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the National Payment System Act of 2011, number 39 of 2011.
Members, I propose the question that the provisions relating to Section 2 of the National Payment System Act of 2011 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Kuria.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the National Payment Systems Act be amended as per the order paper. So, Honorable Chair, it has two sections. The first one is we are tightening up the definition as contained in the bill, and
Honorable Mili, what's out of order?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm just requesting, because this is an omnibus bill, and so there are some bills which don't have amendments, and others, some acts that have amendments and others don't have, that when the movers are moving, can they please indicate in the order paper which page to enable us follow properly?
Honorable Kuria.
Maybe for the benefit of my good friend, we are on F on the order paper. I don't think the order paper has the pages. So we're talking about the proposed amendment to the National Payment Systems Act. That is F. But having said that, we has two parts. One is tightening up the definition, and secondly, we're just making the new proposed section 17B1.
No, you're moving the first one first.
Okay.
Just the definitions one, so that we proceed.
So yes, so I beg to move that the amendment be as per the order paper, and this is just tightening up the definition of significant shareholder and beneficial owner as per the explanation I'd given when you're moving the other amendments into the same in the morning session. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Members, this deals with the definition of beneficial owner and significant shareholder. I therefore move to propose the question that the provisions relating to Section 17A, Section 2 of the National Payment System Act of 2011 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Kuria. And I put the question that the provisions relating to Section 2 of the National Payment System Act 2011 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Kuria. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. But I now propose the question that provisions relating to clauses 17A and 17B1 of the National Payment System Act be part of the bill. Honorable Kuria.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that again Part 2 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are providing, we are replacing the word institution with payment service provider. So I beg to move that this amendment be done as per the order paper.
Thank you. I propose the question that the provisions relating to Section 17A and 17B1 be amended as proposed. I put the question that the provisions relating to Section 17A. Yes, Honorable T.J. Kajwan.
You know, Honorable Millie had a point. First, now, you know, sugar is going down. And if you're not careful, we could just run too fast. This is the 17D. And as we began in the morning, in every of these clauses in which this language appears, we were doing on standard. The problem is, Chair, if we don't express ourselves on Hansard, the person who is going to do the volume copy will not have evidence that we have spoken to it. That is why we keep on repeating ourselves. And we would wish, even if the chair does not remember, we should help him to remember. And then, you know, he's moving it as the order paper. Now, the order paper is a very big one. So when he says so, some of us who are following and who are not in the committee, we are not able to follow him. But for now, in this one specifically, Mr. Chair, I ask that Section 2A contains the words, the person's home or property may, with a warrant, be searched. Thank you.
Okay, the Honorable Kajwang, that's okay, but we are not there yet. I'm sure you come when at the right time. We are still 17B. We and B for Baba. Baba for the kinyozi. Honorable members, I put the question that the provisions relating to Section 17B1 be amended as proposed. Will as one other opinion say aye? Does one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose the question that the provision relating to Section 17C, 17C and 17B, immediately after proposed new Section 17, be part of the bill. Honorable Kuria.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 17C and 17D be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, I would like to propose a further amendment, that's 17D.
Let him
D2A.
Let him move first, Honorable. Let him move the amendment first.
So that's a.
Oh, then Honorable Kuria, 1 minute.
Okay.
Honorable Mili.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to request if he could move 17D by subclauses. And the reason is, Chair, because if you look at D, I may have issues in respect of some subclauses, but not in respect of others. So when you actually move them together, 17C and 17D, it means you either accept it wholesale or not. So if with your indulgence, Chair, if we could move C wholesale, and then maybe when we come to 17D, especially, actually my main area of concern is 17D2, which is limiting rights, and there are certain issues that I'd wanted to encourage, not just the issue relating to warrants, but others that limit rights. but there are suggestions which you have because of course of time. Otherwise, I would have brought the amendments myself.
No, what I would do, I would allow the chair to move the amendment. In fact, he's already taking into account something that was raised by Honorable Kajwang in the morning. He's already proposing a further amendment. If, after he moves, you convince him to adopt your amendment, I'm sure Chair is magnanimous, he will still pick yours if it makes sense to him. So, the Honorable Korea, you could move the amendment quickly, and then we give maybe to proposes.
Thank you for your indulgence, Honorable Chair. And I ask, as we properly guided, Honorable Millie, whatever amendment that he feels would enrich this bill, would be willing to listen, and I will be happy to take those amendments if we feel that they limit the rights of any individual, because that is not the intention in any way of this bill. So I beg to move, Honorable Chair, that's clause 17C and 17B be amended as per the order paper. I would ask, I beg to move, Honorable Chair, that I move a further amendment on 17D2A by inserting, where we're talking the person's home or property may be searched, by inserting the word with warrant as per we did with the other clauses. And with that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, and therefore propose the question. The provisions relating to section 17C and 17D of the National Payment System Act of 2011 be amended as proposed by Honorable Korea. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me thank the Chair for agreeing to adopt the issue. I think he did on the issue of warrant. My concern is in 17DC. Information relating to that person's financial, family, or private affairs, where required, may be revealed. Chair, my only concern is revealed to who? Like I was just actually seeing right now a news flash that Honorable Paranya has been arrested by EACC and is been found with 13 or 14 title deeds. Chair, what is wrong with having title deeds? My issue is, even if I'm being investigated, it should be revealed to the investigating bodies, and there's very good wording throughout these proposed amendments. But why are we flashing people's private property to public? When we are even still in investigation, we don't know what they relate to. So what I wanted to ask is if we could adopt an amendment, information relating to that person's financial, family, or private affairs, where required, may be revealed to the relevant authorities. Because why are we revealing? Because when you leave it that, it means we reveal it to anyone and everyone. For what purpose? Why should you? We're actually making people vulnerable, because if my property is revealed and it's revealed that I'm very rich, then the next thing I may be getting thieves attacking me. And so even when we are even where we are limiting rights, I think we are overly limiting. Yeah. I think that was my main one. The other one, the chair has actually already adopted.
Okay, this is the guidance I want to give. I would plead with the chair. We allow, because you already moved a further amendment just now, so you can't move it further. I would request Honorable Millie to formally move that amendment, so that when we vote on this particular amendment, we vote for them wholesomely. So, Honorable Millie, if you could formally move your amendment. And this amendment, as I've heard you, is with regard to the new section 72D2C. 17D2C. D2C.
Yeah, Chair, this is in relation to the National Payment Systems Act, I believe. Yeah? So, Chair, I propose to move a further. Now, Chair, I don't know whose amendment I'm moving to, because this is a proposed amendment by the Chair. The amendment in the order paper is by the Chair, so it actually makes it difficult procedurally.
I've just guided you.
Okay, then, Chair.
That you are moving a further amendment, the Chair's amendment.
Okay.
Once you move it, I'll give the Chair a chance to say whether he supports that amendment or not, then you proceed that way.
Okay, Chair. Propose a further amendment to Chair's proposed amendment in 17D, C, that we add the words at the end of C, so that it reads information relating to that person's financial, family, or private affairs, where required, may be revealed to the relevant authorities.
Thank you, Honorable Mili. I propose the question that Section 17D be further amended as proposed by Honorable Mili. Honorable Chair.
Again, we are making these laws for prosperity without the intention of victimizing anybody, and must make sure that we do not infringe on the rights of any person. And therefore, I would agree with the Honorable Mili Uthiambo that we further amend 17D2C, that that information will only be revealed to the relevant authorities. But just to give honorable members just some comfort, if you read further 17D3, it says a limitation of right under subsection 1 shall apply only for the purpose of the prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution of proceeds of crime, money laundering, and financing of terrorism. So you must have offended those particular provisions for you to find yourself there. But having said that, I agree with Honorable Mili Uthiambo, and I urge the House to accept the amendments as proposed by myself and further amended by the Honorable Mili Uthiambo.
Very well. So what I'm going to do now, members, I'm going to put the question on Mili's amendment, Honorable Mili's amendment, so that then we carry it fully together. So therefore, honorable members, I put the question that the provisions relating to Section 17D be amended as proposed by Honorable Mili. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Honorable members, I now want to put the omnibus question on 17C and D. I therefore put the question that provisions relating to Section 17C and 17D of the National Payment Act 2011 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Kuria and amended by Honorable Mili. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Limited Liability Partnership Act of 2011.
Honorable members, I propose the question that provisions relating to Section 2 of the Limited Liability Partnership Act 2011 be part of the bill. Honorable Kuria. Honorable Kuria, this is Section 2, related to definitions. If you remember where we are, 17, where you read 17D, if you flip the page, there's G, somewhere there, G.
Oh, yes.
Did you see it? Yes, G.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I beg to move the amendment as per the order paper on G, that in Section 2 of the proposed amendment to the Limited Liability Partnerships Act, by deleting the proposed new definition, beneficiary owner, and substituting therefore the following new definition. The definition beneficiary owner has a meaning assigned to it under the Companies Act. Honorable Chair, the proposed definition under the Limited Liability Partnership Act is unnecessary repetition. And by doing the cross-referencing, the Companies Act remains as a substantive legislation on the definition for the purposes of that citation, and that I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Very clear. I propose a question that provisions relating to Section 2 of the Limited Liability Partnerships Act be amended as proposed by the Honorable Kuria. The Honorable Mili.
Chair, I'm just wondering, for purposes of legislative elegance, all the other bills that we are doing, that we are proposing amendments, have actually gone this direction that the honorable member is moving away from. I'm not saying that what he's doing is wrong, it's actually right, but I'm just wondering, because perhaps we may not clean it now, but for purposes of the subsequent ones that are remaining, can we go the same way? Because we will have some referring to the Companies Act and others giving the full definitions.
Perfect.
But otherwise I support.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Members, I put the question that the provisions relating to Section 2 of the Limited Liability Partnerships Act be amended as proposed by Honorable Kuria. Will as many as one opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the omnibus question that the provisions relating to the National Payment Systems Act 2011 and those relating to the Limited Liability Partnership Act be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as those of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Companies Act of 2015, number 17.
Honorable members, I propose the question that provisions relating to sections 992A of the Companies Act be part of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the proposed amendment to new section 992A of the Companies Act be made as shown on the order paper. The justification is twofold. Number one, to harmonize the period which a local representative of a foreign company is required to retain the records relating to the company with a period of 7 years prescribed for by local companies legislation and limited liability partnerships, also to take care of the Limitation of Actions Act.
I propose the question that the provision relating to section 992A of the Companies Act be amended as proposed by Honorable Mrugara. The Honorable Shakir Shabir, you have an amendment that is similar to this. I will let you have a chance on this.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, as I said, it's similar. The only issue that I had on that was my proposal in the proposed amendment by deleting the word 6 appearing immediately after the word at least and substituting therefore with the word 7.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Members, I now put the question that the provisions relating to section 99(2)A of the Companies Act 2015 be amended as proposed. Will as one other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, I now put the question that the provisions relating to sections 992A of the Companies Act as amended be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Prevention of Terrorism Act, number 12 of 2012.
Honourable members, I propose the question that provisions relating to section 40D2 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012 be part of the bill. Mover.
It relates to or anti-terrorism?
Prevention of Terrorism Act.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the proposed amendment to section 40D2 as shown on the order paper of the Prevention of Terrorism Act, Act number 30 of 2012, be made as shown on the order paper. The justification is that we intend to include the Director of the National Counter-Terrorism Center as a member of the Counter-Financing of Terrorism and the Interministerial Committee.
Members, I propose the question that the new section 40D2 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act be amended as proposed by Honorable Mrugara. Members, I put the question that the provisions relating to section 40D2 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Mrugara. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Does any of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
schedule to the.
Okay. Members, before we go to the schedule, then I therefore put the question that the provisions relating to section 40D2 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012 as amended part of the bill. Will the man of that opinion say aye? Will the other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Dr. Murugara, you have.
Remember, there were two proposed amendments in that section to GA and to FA. So there were two. It's approved without one being moved.
So you only moved one?
I moved the second one now.
So go ahead and move the second
F,
one.
Yes.
Let me propose it first before you move it. I propose the question that provision relating to section 40D to is it to F? 42D FA of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012 be part of the bill. You can move it now.
Yes. I do move that section 40D2 be amended as shown on the order paper to have FA, which includes the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions as part of the law enforcement and coordinating groups in the proposed schedule of the Act.
Thank you. I propose a question. What is that? I want to propose the question first, then you can have a word.
Yeah, of course.
I propose the question that provisions relating to section 40D 2FA be amended as proposed by Honorable Murugara. Honorable Kajuang?
No, it's just all right. But, Chair, we are struggling. Our order papers have realized it's not the same. Because I was just about to consider what I think may have been called the schedule. I would have thought that the chair was going to move what is G here, the new amendment on 4A. But
we'll come to that just after this.
And so, Chair, where are we? Because when he says order paper, we are flipping through and forth, and we are unable to get where we are.
If you, I don't know if you have pages 10, 17.
Yes.
Page 10, 17. He has just moved the 42D Roman 1. Now he has just moved 42D Roman 2, which I want to put the question on, and then you can go to the new clause. 1017, 1017.
Yes.
Members, I therefore put the question that provisions relating to section 40D2 Roman 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Murugara. Will one of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose the question that the provisions related to the new section 4A, the Law Society of Kenya Act 2014, be part of the bill. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the schedule be amended so that the Law Society of Kenya Act number 21 of 2014 has a new section 4A as shown on the order paper, and it runs up to 1 and 2. As for the justification is as follows, and this is from the Law Society of Kenya itself. To enable the Law Society to issue enforceable guidelines for anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing purposes. The amendments shall come into effect 6 months from the date of the enactment, so as to allow the Law Society to do the following. Number A, sensitization of LSK members on the new requirements. Number B, setting up the LSK structure to take on board these new responsibilities. And number C, to give an opportunity to LSK to consider best practices and develop appropriate regulations. The regulations are going to be developed under subsection 2, paragraph D, which is the concern Honorable Kajwang had as regards the specific regulations, guidelines, directions, and rules which apply to this particular new provision. So it is clearly covered by the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, before you take your seat, would you just move that amendment to be now be read a second time?
Honorable Chair, I therefore move that the schedule to the bill be amended through the Law Society of Kenya Act 2014 by inserting the new section 4A as shown on the order paper, and this be read a second time.
Members, I propose the question that the new section, the new section 4A, the Law Society of Kenya Act, be now read a second time. Is Honorable Millie?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to request for purposes of the future that we get paginated documents, because I wanted to make a reference and seek clarity from the Chair. I don't know if it was the Advocates Act that talked about the advocate-client confidentiality and how it then relates with this provision. Because unfortunately, because of the way this is put, I don't know if I saw it here or whether I saw it in the bill, but that had the issue of advocate-client confidentiality. And then at the same time, I'm seeing this one does not protect the advocate-client confidentiality. Personally, I don't care either way. I don't practice anymore. But I just wanted to know, I don't care. So I have no conflict of interest. So I just wanted to know, within that framework, I would still want to protect other lawyers. But I just want to know, because either it was in the main bill or some proposed amendment here, so that we don't have a possibility of a clash either with the Advocates Act or between the Advocates Act and the Law Society of Kenya Act. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable T.J. Kajwang.
Chair, let me commend the Chair of JLAC for being a truthful man. He is always a truthful man, as senior as he is. But today he has shown there is evidence. Yes, today he has given evidence that he surely is truthful, that he has moved amendments. I think let us also speak to the public so that they understand where we are, lawyers out there, that in this case, there are exceptions to the professionals, not just lawyers, to professionals, that they will be self-regulated. We have made amendments to refer to these bodies as self-regulators, and in this amendment, therefore, the societies that the members will fall will then regulate themselves. Further, the issue of self-regulations, I mean, issuing of regulations, which I see here on D, is very important because without those regulations, even LSK is unable, it would be issuing orders in futility were it not to have regulations which are supervised by this House. Because in delegated legislation, you will find that the regulations that they will produce will still come back to us so that we are able to oversight. So I want to, but Chair, having supported that, the last thing, I go back to what Honorable Millie Mabona is saying, that there was an issue about advocate-client's confidentiality, and the fact that if I tell Honorable Shakil that he is stealing, or that I warn him that this must be proceeds of crime, that does not amount to tipping off. I don't know whether Chairman is listening of JLAC. There was an issue, if you just stayed 1 minute. Yes, Chair of JLAC. Millie and I are asking, there is a provision in which amendments were made to the fact that if I tell Honorable Shakil that he is stealing or that these proceeds are as a result of theft, that will not amount to tipping off. That is, I think, what we are asking. In what provision of law have we included it in these amendments that we have?
Thank you. Let me answer those questions. As regards the last one, if you look at the extradition, sorry, let me get tipping off.
Chairman, as you look at your notes, allow Honorable Shakil 1 minute.
Yes, as he does that, I'm looking at mine.
Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak. Chairman, this particular issue of confidentiality caused a big problem in the last parliament, especially towards December, in that when we went to members of the United Nations, the constituent of members of the United Nations, a particular proposal had been put, and Kenya was the only one of the few countries that had been targeted, that we had not been able to satisfy the requirements, and Kenya was on the verge of being put on a grey list. However, the wisdom of Parliament and the Speaker at the time, we did pass that particular amendment or that particular clarification that Honorable Kajwang is now talking about, and what the chair of JLAC is talking about. That had saved us from Mr. Chair, I'm saying, sir, as far as the Anti-Corruption Act and the Anti-Corruption Movement and the Council of State Parties.
Honorable Shakil.
Yes.
30 seconds, please.
Yes, sir.
You have to wind up.
In the Conference of State Parties, in the issue of anti-corruption, the issue of the issue that on confidentiality had caused a bit problem, but it was then sorted out from the point of view that the chair is now presenting. So I support it, and I do suggest that we make it very clear that Kenya is very much in line with the requirements of the UNCAC declaration on corruption in respect of the advocates and the confidentiality of clients. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. 1 minute.
Yes, thank you so much. The proposed subparagraph 4 is to be Money Laundering Act number 9 of 2009, section 8, subparagraph 4, subsection 4, that's how it's read. Section 8, subsection 4. The one that says the act of a lawyer, notary, or other independent legal professional seeking to dissuade, telling a client not to do what is wrong, from engaging in a illegal activity does not constitute the offense of tipping off under this section. That's the one he wanted to know. As regards confidentiality, Millie, this we actually have it in the old act, but Law Society went to court and had that particular provision suspended. Now, to cure the problem, there was engagement between Law Society, the Attorney General, and the Financial Reporting Center. They are the ones who hammered this amendment to the extent that Law Society alone, not the other professional bodies, Law Society alone becomes a self-regulating body. And this is how the lawyers were able to cover themselves.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I put the question now that the new section 4A of the Law Society of Kenya, Act number 2014, be now read a second time. Will as one of that opinion say aye? As one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose the question that the new section 4A, Law Society of Kenya, Act number 2014, be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new section 4A, Law Society of Kenya, Act 2014, be part of the bill. As one of that opinion say aye? As one of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the provision relating to clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the provision relating to clause 2 be part of the bill. Will one of that opinion say aye? Will one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose that the title be part of the bill. Be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the provision related in clause 1 be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now call upon the mover of the bill to report. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill number 35 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Hello, members, thank you so much. We have just finished the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financial Laws Amendment Bill. We now move to the next bill, which is the Food and Feed Safety Control Condition Bill, Bill number 21, of National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023.
Order, members. Order, members. Committee of the Whole discussing the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023.
Clause 3.
Honorable Karoli.
No, you propose first. You propose.
I'm sitting in for him. I'm sitting in for him.
Okay. Without it with
you use it's okay.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Mover. Order, members. Honorable Haji Yusuf was designated in writing to move this amendment on behalf of Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I move the amendment which directs or tries to separate food from feed, and by that, the bill be amended by deleting the title and substituting it thereof by the National Food Safety Control and Coordination Bill 2023.
Honorable Member, we are moving the amendment under Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Initially to be moved by Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Yeah, there's Clause 3, yeah. That I move that the bill be amended by deleting Clause 3 and substituting therefore the following new clause. That is, the objective of this act is establishing a national framework through the Office of the Food Safety Controller for the effective coordination of the competent authority in performing or in the performance of their function. B, enhance transparency and accountability in the implementation of the official control.
Just for guidance, these amendments are listed on the order paper. If you could simply note, amended as listed on the order paper. Okay. I now propose the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Haji on behalf of Honorable Karoli Omondi. I now put the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Order, members. Order. Order. I now put the question that Clause 3 is amended. No, it can't be. It's been dropped. If you made it loose here, it can't be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 3 be dropped. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment by the chairperson, Agriculture and Livestock Committee. Chair. There is also, wait,
Honorable Chair, I propose.
Just wait, Honorable Chair, just for the comfort of Honorable Mili. There is a proposal of amendment by the Chair, Agriculture Committee, amendment by Honorable Karoli Omondi, and amendment by Honorable Mili Odhiambo. So I would hope that we wait for the Chair to first prosecute his amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 4 of the bill be amended by deleting the ones and every person conducting food business or feed business. Yeah, by deleting those ones. The rationale is that this is to limit the scope of the bill to regulation of the competent authorities by the controller. The controller will only regulate competent authorities and not individuals. That is why we are saying we delete that part, because it brings in individuals.
I therefore propose the question that Clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that Clause 4 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now I now put the question that clause 4 be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The import of that amendment means that the proposed amendments by Honorable Karoli Omondi and Honorable Millie Odhiambo fall by default. What is it, Honorable Millie?
Chair, I really don't think so because the amendments are not actually the same in substance. Having said that, I actually want to say that even though Honorable Karoli Omondi aligns with the hustler, is actually dynasty like myself because our mind frame was thinking of horses and cats and kittens, but Honorable Nyikal, who has a mind which is a bit different, persuaded me that when you talk animals here, which is feed, then you are talking chicken and goats and cows. But me as a dynasty, I think of horses. And because of that, Chair, I want to say that I therefore drop my proposed amendment anyway. I think of horses. Yes.
Honorable Millie, it had already fallen on this one. I'm just confirming whether you are dropping all your other amendments or specifically this one.
Chair, I am not dropping all my amendments, and the reason is I'm a very diligent member. And even though I knew that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah was going to oppose my feed until Nyikal persuaded me otherwise, I also saw problems even where you have feed. So because of that, yeah, and Honorable KJ actually persuaded me. It was KJ and Nyikal. Okay. So I just want to say that there are amendments that I had that are strengthening even where you have feed. For instance, where you add animals, where we've forgotten animals. So the ones relating,
Honorable Millie, we are getting to all the other amendments. I just wanted to confirm whether you're dropping them or we'll prosecute them. So don't worry, we'll get to every other amendment. Honorable members, let us make progress.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. This one has 3 proposed amendments by the Chair, Agriculture Committee, by Honorable Karoli Omondi, and by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. We'll start with the Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 5 of the bill be amended as follows. In paragraph A, by deleting the word life, and in paragraph B, by inserting the following new phrases immediately after the phrase F. That is G, the promotion of sustainable sustainable production, processing, and handling of food and feed. And then H, the protection of animal health. The import of this, Honorable Chair, is that this is to provide for biodiversity conservation and ecosystem safeguard. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I submit.
I now propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next clause. Order. Is Karoli? Honorable Haji.
Okay, clause 5, I propose that in paragraph 5A, I propose by deleting the word feed business, That's the same for B and C. All of them feed business. Because my intention is to separate food from feed. Thank you.
I then propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by Honorable Haji on behalf of Honorable Karoli Omondi. Do we have Chair? Honorable Chair?
Let me say for all of them. Chair, Honorable Chair, for purposes of the understanding of the members, what Honorable Karoli Omondi tries to do is to make sure that we exclude feed from the entire bill. We just talk about food. Honorable Chair, I would like members to note that in the best practices on food safety management demands that we have a holistic approach. We do not just talk about food without feed. If cows eat contaminated feed, then the human beings are likely to have this feed filtering into their system. For instance, aflatoxin and others. So anywhere where there is feed, we do not substitute, we sustain, because that's what Honorable Karoli Omondi is trying to say. There are very many reasons that I can give, but the Honorable Whip here, Chief Whip, is telling me that that is enough.
I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable Mili? No, next clause. No? Honorable Mili Odhiambo?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my dynastic comments actually have to do with what the Chair is saying. That my mind frame was to separate animals from human beings. But having said that, because my idea of animals, again, as I told you, is horses and that, not cows. As we deal only with fish, we don't have cows and stuff. But Chair, having said that, I just want to say that my amendments were touching on 5A, 5B, 5C, and 5E. And based on the persuasion, I dropped 5B, 5C, and 5E. However, I move 5A, which includes an animal. So because when we are talking about human and animal, in that paragraph, we are excluding animals. So I just want us to add an animal after the words, the protection of human, and after the words, life and death, so that the feed also includes animal.
Okay.
That is okay.
Well prosecuted. Chair, do you have anything to say to that?
Animal everywhere. Chair, I think you'll be forced to add animal everywhere. And in the definition sections, we have defined properly what feed is all about. So we don't need to add animal anywhere. On the other hand, Chair, there was also an amendment on the same clause 5C, which deletes the and after paragraph E. That is by deleting the word and immediately after the word feed business in subclause E. So that also needs to be to accompany. But if we add animal, we will be forced to add animal everywhere in the bill. And we have clearly defined what we mean by feed. Feed is livestock feed, livestock food. Yeah.
Other members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by Honorable Mili Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Next clause.
Part 1.
I propose the question that part 1 be part of the bill. Mover. Honorable Mili Odhiambo.
Chair, I'm not too sure if it's part 1 or part 2, on the Office of the Food Safety Controller, the title.
It is actually part 2, so we will move on.
Yes.
I propose the question that part 1 be amended as proposed. It is part. Order, members, we will amend from our list to amend part 2 by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Part 2, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, is on Office of the Food Safety Controller. Your amendment, do you have it? Kindly prosecute it.
Yes, Chair. I beg to move that we amend part 2 so that it reads the Office of the Food and Feed Safety Controller, because it's not just about now food, it's Food and Feed Safety Controller. I propose.
I propose the question that part 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I support.
I now put the question that part 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that part 2 as amended by Honorable Millie Odhiambo be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Chair, this goes actually with the amendment that has just been passed, so that it reads Office of the Food and Feed. So it's just in tandem with the amendment that we passed under clause 6.1.
I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair?
Okay. I support the Honorable Chair.
I therefore put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next clause.
Clause 7.
I now propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, clause 7162, just do the same by providing for food and feed. So the amendment is just putting food and feed, because we have actually changed the title to food and feed, so it's just doing that.
I now put the question that I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Anyone? I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable Kasim, what is out of order?
Thank you, Chair. Is Honorable Millie in order that she puts an amendment where we say aye and she keeps quiet because she's used to saying nay? Is she in order?
Order, Honorable Tandaza. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, you have very many upcoming amendments. We will be looking at your mouth when we are voting. Next clause.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Mover. There is an amendment by Honorable Karoli Omondi and an amendment by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Honorable Haji.
Yes. The bulk of amendment by Honorable Karoli, which I have the same opinion myself as an expert on this field, since I'll be working under fatality, and I always say remove feed and I'm deleted.
Please move your amendment.
I therefore drop all feed to substitute all food and feed as all my most of my amendments are. But the rest of the amendments, as we go, I will raise it. Anything to do with deleting feed, I drop all of them.
Noted. Honorable Haji. Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. My amendment in clause 8 suffers the same fate. It also has the feed. My earlier mentality, so I dropped them, the ones in clause 8.
Thank you. We'll make progress. We will now move clause 8 as having no amendment, and I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Mover, we have 3 amendments, 3 proposed amendments. Chair, Agriculture, Honorable Karoli Omondi, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. What is out of order? Honorable Osoro, what is out of order?
Honorable Chair, we are, there's a stranger in the house, yeah? About a month ago or so, she was looking different than what she is today. And I think it's important for us to welcome her officially in a very special way. Yeah.
Who is that? Who are you referring to?
Honorable Cynthia.
Yes.
Muge.
Other members, I also join you to welcome Honorable Cynthia Muge back. I also want to confirm I have seen the bouncing baby boy. Congratulations. Other members, we will make progress. Chair, Agriculture Committee, there is also an amendment by Honorable Karoli Omondi and an amendment by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Okay. Wait, Honorable Chair. I'll give Honorable Cynthia Muge 1 minute to just say thank you. 1 minute, Honorable Cynthia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me take this opportunity to say I miss this house, and it's a pleasure to be back so that I can be able to transact business. I want to say special thank you for being very traditional and coming to my house to say hi to my baby boy. We thank God for good health, and Honorable Leader of Majority will not be worried anymore. Honorable Soro, your reminder messages will not be going in vain. I'll be showing up when you need me to show up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I thank God. And I missed all of you, like seriously missed you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Honorable Chair, please move your amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 9 of the bill be amended as follows. Subsection A in subclause D, by deleting the word in and substituting therefore the word of and inserting the words official control immediately after the feed safety. The reason is that to limit the scope of exercise of official control by the controller. Also, Honorable Chair, I would like to further on move an amendment in subclause I of clause 9 by inserting the words coordination of official control immediately before the words food safety. The justification is that this is to limit the scope of exercise of official control by the controller. Thank you, Chair.
I now propose a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Okay, sorry, Honorable Mili, but before Honorable Mili, there is an amendment by Honorable Karoli Omondi. Is it still on or have you dropped it? It has been dropped. So Honorable Mili, kindly prosecute yours. Oh, this is a global question.
Thank you, Chair. As I'd agreed, first of all, let me congratulate Honorable Cynthia. The last time I saw her in Bahrain, and she was very fat. And I got a baby girl dress, so I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping it's a girl, but it's okay. He can still wear the baby girl dress until he becomes big. But Chair, my proposed amendment, I drop all except H. And in H, it provides currently prepare an annual report on the state of food safety in Kenya. If you don't say food and feed, it means the only report that will be given will be on food. So I propose that we add food and feed safety, so that the report that is given is food and feed safety. That's my proposed amendment, Chair.
Chair.
Chair. Honorable Chair, we adopt that proposal.
I now propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10 has no amendment. I now propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Clause 11 has an amendment. I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that the clause 11 be amended by adding a new subclause 4A that allows a person who is dissatisfied with the decision of the Public Service Commission to appeal to the High Court within 30 days.
Chair? Wait, I now propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair?
Honorable Chair, I believe the provisions in the bill are sufficient.
I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Clause 12.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to encourage the chairman of a committee to be listening carefully, because sometimes the same way I was accused of keeping quiet because I'm used to saying nay, he's also saying nay because he thinks everything from Millie must be nay. But if you sit in this house, you'll discover I'm one of the best legislators. I don't think in terms of parties when I do law, because I know I will be subject to this law sometime in future. Now, having said that, Chair, I wish to move that a new subclause 12.2, that we renumber clause 12 to 12.1, and a new subclause 12.2 be inserted as following, as follows. In employing members of staff under subsection 1, regard shall be had for gender, regional, and ethnic balance. Regard shall be taken to include youth, persons with disability, minority, and marginalized communities. Chair, I know we provide for this in the Constitution, but because people always forget, even the Bible tells us, remind them even if they know. So in laws, we still remind people even when they know that we need to be inclusive. So I propose.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair.
We have enough provisions on employment, Honorable Chair. I believe she has cited the Constitution, and I believe the Employment Act also proposes that.
Okay, I now put the question. Honorable Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. Just to support the chairman of the committee, and with a lot of respect to the Honorable Millie, that this matter is covered in other laws. There is no need to over-legislate.
I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of our contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Pamoja. Okay, I now propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. And I now put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 13, 14, and 15.
I propose the question that clauses 13, 14, and 15 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 13, 14, and 15 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 3.
I propose the question that part 3 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Karoli Omondis. It was dropped. Honorable Millie? It was dropped. Okay.
Also dropped, Chair.
Yeah. So, I now propose the question that part 3 be part of the bill. I now put the question that part 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. They were dropped.
So pronounced.
Honorable Haji, dropped. Okay, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, dropped. Okay, I then propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. And I now put the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 4.
I propose the question that part 4 be part of the bill. Honorable Honorable Haji, dropped.
Yeah, dropped.
Thank you. I then propose the question that part 4 be part of the bill. I now put the question that part 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18. Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 5.
I propose the question that part 5 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Millie.
Chair, I do note that that was actually a typo. What I'd intended was part 4, and actually dropped in
Noted.
the same
No-
spirit.
So that also is dropped. I propose the question that part 5 be part of the bill. I now propose the question that part 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Mover Honorable Haji dropped? No.
18 by adding number 1, controller shall verify that a competent authority has a mechanism to enforce the requirement of food safety in accordance with the international standards of food safety.
I propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by Honorable Yusuf Haji. Chair.
Honorable Chair, that amendment was already dropped. He dropped all the feed inclusion in the entire.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is dropped. Honorable Millie Odhiambo dropped.
Chair, I know Honorable Soro used to sit behind me, and now that he has changed positions, he's very excitable. Relax, you might just find yourself here again. But having said that, Chair, I need the chair of the committee to listen on this. The other ones on feed have dropped, but on 18.2E, Chair, already the counties have been given the mandate under this bill for issuance of certificates, permits, and licenses. And I'm seeing under this, we are again giving the controller. So my concern is that we are actually going to have a clash of coordination. So my suggestion was to delete, if you can confirm, because it actually, in this bill, it appears the counties have the same mandate on issuance of certificates, permits, and licenses. And we are still giving the same to the controller. So that is my concern. If it can be confirmed that it is done to the county, then we are creating a clash of roles. So my proposal was a deletion.
Okay. I propose then the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Majority Leader? Oh, Chair.
Honorable Chair, there are 2 levels of licenses and certificates and permits. The controller will issue permits, certificates, and licenses to the competent authorities, and that's what you're referring to here. Not any other food handlers. So we drop that. I do not support that amendment.
I now put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Clause 19. I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
This has no amendments. I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. We have 2 proposed amendments, Honorable Karoli, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Honorable Haji, was it dropped? Oh, sorry. We have 3 proposed amendments by the chairperson, by Honorable Karoli, and by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose amendment to clause 20, that clause 20 of the bill be amended in subclause 3 by inserting the ones each county governor immediately after the phrase competent authority. The reason is that for inclusion of the county government in the transmittal of the audit report prepared by the controller.
I then propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Amendment.
Clause 21.
This one's full. I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. We have two proposed amendments. Honorable Carolis dropped. Good. Honorable Millie. Then we'll move it as without amendments. I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Honorable Carolis dropped. Honorable Millie Odhiambo dropped. Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Honorable Haji dropped. Honorable Millie. Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Honorable Adam dropped. Honorable Millie. Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Honorable Adam dropped. Thank you. Honorable Millie. Thank you. I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 26.
Sorry. Clause 26.
Clause 26 has no amendments. I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Mover, we have a proposed amendment from the chair and Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I propose that that clause 27 of the bill be amended in paragraph B by inserting the word "of" immediately after the word "makes copies." The reason is to correct the typographical error.
I therefore propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Millie.
Chair, I propose that, Chair, I propose that clause 27 be further amended to include feed safety. Because what we are saying, we are giving the compliance officer authority to inspect, examine, and make copies of licenses, registers, records, and other documents relating to food safety only. So what I'm suggesting is that it should do that also relating to feed safety. So it's not just food safety, but feed safety as well.
Okay, I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair.
Let's adopt that, Chair.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 28, 29, and clause 30.
These ones have no amendments. I propose the question that clauses 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 31 be amended to correct a typographical error. It says the annual accounts of the office of what? So I'm actually adding the word controller. It is missing the word controller.
I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? I now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
This one has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that we make an amendment that the Cabinet Secretary in consultation with the Controller may make regulations that would include the traceability of food. But I'm suggesting that it should not be just the traceability of food, but traceability of food and feed. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair.
We adopt the proposal.
Chair, just to remind you, the adoption is up to the House. You can say you support. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
This has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. Mover, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the first schedule of the bill be amended by inserting the following new paragraph. That will be number 11, and just after 10, Veterinary Medicine Directorate. The reason is that for inclusion of Veterinary Medicine Directorate as a competent authority, as it is responsible for animal health products such as pesticides and drugs, the Veterinary Medicine Directorate is established under Section 39 of the Veterinary Surgeons and the Veterinary Paraprofessionals Act, number 29 of 2011.
I propose the question that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the first schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Karoli. Dropped. Thank you. I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Haji. Dropped. Thank you. Honorable Mili.
No, I know Honorable Soro is tired and is setting a wrong tempo for the members, so please bring this during the day when you are not tired or when you don't have a date. But Chair, I seek your guidance, yeah? Chair, I seek your guidance because I have several proposed amendments. I don't know if I go through them one by one because some are dropping but some are moving. Can I go through them one by one? In clause 2.
One by one.
Yeah, because
one by one.
Okay, then Chair, in clause 2, I'm proposing that we define the word consumer. It is referred to in the bill, but it is not defined. So I am suggesting that we define a consumer to mean a consumer as defined under the Consumer Protection Act, Act number 46, 2012 of the laws of Kenya. That's my first proposed amendment.
Okay. I then propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair.
Honorable Chair, we support the proposal.
I therefore put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Chair, I drop my proposed amendment to the word feed. Or the first part. I had actually two proposals. The first proposal was to delete that, but my second is to include from the definition of the, delete the following words from the definition of the word feed, which is consumed as food or an animal whose produce is capable of being consumed as food, appearing after the words directly by an animal. Chair, because we are moving very fast, I have not done what I traditionally do, which is to give the reasons. And because I have not given the reason and I don't want to take time, I'll drop it. I know it makes sense, but because I want to save on time, I'll drop it. Yeah, but I think I would want to encourage the chair, just look at it for later so that it makes sense, because it wasn't making sense. That's why I proposed it. But because we are doing this in a hurry.
Honorable Millie, we have already voted on one.
Yes.
Which one are you dropping? Please be on record so that we follow. Which are you dropping? Which
Chair,
are you prosecuting?
The one I am dropping is the definition of the word feed. I had actually had two proposed amendments. I had two proposed amendments on the word feed.
And you have dropped both?
I have dropped both.
Okay. So have you dropped the definition of feed business?
Let me check, Chair. Yes, I have dropped feed business.
Feed ingredient.
And I'm dropping feed ingredient.
Feed safety.
I have a second definition for feed safety. And Chair, I think in tandem with what I was saying, actually my proposed amendment was just to make it clear, because there are some things which were making it look like it's actually awkward legally. But again, because of time, I will not move it. I had a second proposed amendment. I'll not move it. So I'll drop it as well. For feed, that is feed safety. Food.
Definition of food.
The definition of the word food, I am proposing an amendment to add the words any edible after the words drinking water and after the word substance which has been used. And Chair, if you actually look at the definition of food there.
Honorable Millie, are you moving it now?
Yes, I am.
That amendment under the definition of food.
Yes. Because if you actually look at food, the definition, it means a processed, semi-processed, or raw substance which is consumed by a human being and includes drinking water and substance which has been used in the production. A substance which is used in the production of food includes sufuria. So, Chair, if we don't say edible, then it means we are saying we are defining sufuria as food. So I'm actually saying that we add the word edible so that we are not saying sufuria is food.
Okay, for the record, we have dropped the definitions of feed, food, feed business, feed ingredient, and safety. We are now in the definition for word food. So I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the definition of food is sufficient for the following reasons. We are talking about, it means a processed, semi-processed, or raw substance which is consumed. You cannot consume a sufuria. So anything that is consumed is assumed to be edible. So I think we don't support that amendment. And Chair, I have another amendment in view of Honorable Millie's amendment that we adopted. That is the definition.
Chair, can we first prosecute Honorable Millie's?
Yeah,
Honorable Millie. So allow me to propose the question that, to put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable Millie, you have several other definitions. Kindly prosecute or drop.
Chair, I propose an amendment to the definition of the word food business to add the words for commercial purposes after the words distribution of food. And the reason why I'm saying that is, Chair, when you have a wedding may not be for a commercial purpose. So if you actually look at food business, it says it means the production, processing, storage or distribution of food, but does not include the domestic preparation, handling or storage of food for consumption within a residence. And a wedding is not within a residence, it's not domestic. So that's why I'm saying we need to put for commercial purposes. I move.
Okay, I then propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chair?
I support that.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Hazard. Definition of word hazard. Honorable Millie? Dropped. Thank you. Definition of multi-annual control.
Chair, if you just indulge me a little so that I don't end up dropping even things which make sense in the hurry. Because in multi-annual control plan, I was proposing to delete the words animal plant appearing. No, Chair, that one I drop. I drop that one. I dropped that one.
Well noted, dropped. The official control amendment?
Chair. They actually have two proposed amendments, one which has to do with food and one which has to do with the I'll drop them. I'll drop both of them. So? I'll drop both of them. Yes, I have. Why is so honorable?
Okay. I therefore now put the question that clause 2 be amended, that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Long title.
I propose the question that long title. Honorable Mutunga.
Honorable Chair, before you go to the long title, in view of having adopted Honorable Milli's amendments on the definition of the controller, we need to define the controller properly here, which means a food and the feed safety. So we have to add and feed in the definitions to be complete. Yeah, as a further amendment.
So are you moving the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I therefore propose the further amendment that I propose the question that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Long title.
I propose the question that the long title be part of the bill. Mover. We have Honorable Haji dropped. Honorable Mili dropped. I then propose the question that the long title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the long title be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title. I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. Mover Honorable Haji dropped. Honorable Mili. Thank you. I therefore propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Mover Honorable Haji dropped. Honorable Mili dropped. I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. And I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover, we are now on the reporting stage. Mover. Mover to report on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I then put the question, which is that committee do report to the House its consideration of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
We are good. I'm bowing before. What?
Bado.
Tukae.
Order, members. I call upon the chairperson to report on the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Beatrice Adagala to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Beatrice Adagala, please give her the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Adagala.
She seconded that one.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I now put the question. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. Aye. The ayes have it. Move it, move it. Move to move for the third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Komingoi to second.
Please give it the mic even if he's just bowing.
I second.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, be now read a third time. I now put the question, which is that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you. Now we move to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2021 of 2023. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill 21 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mover of the bill. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Sigei to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Go ahead and put the question. I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Jane Ngugi, member for the Tharaka-Nithi County, to second.
Take your time.
I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, be now read a third time. Thank you. I go ahead now to put the question after confirming that we have quorum, and I do confirm that we do. I now put the question, which is that the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, be now read a third time. Okay. And now I put the question, which is that the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for coordination of the public institutions in the control of food and feed safety, to establish the office of the food safety controller, to provide for the role of county governments in food and feed safety, and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, on the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023. I will now put the question, which is that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism, financing, and proliferation financing, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Order members. Order members. We are now in the Committee of the Whole. Consideration of the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly, number 33 of 2023.
Clauses 3 and 4.
These ones have no amendments. I propose the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover, the chair.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 5 of the bill be amended by inserting subsection 1 by deleting the expression 68B and C and substituting therefore with the expression subsection 68 subsection BA. And Madam Chair, this one is just is a cross-referencing error, and this is just to say that the regulatory board will regulate the water bulk supply and budget agreement.
Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 7 and 8, and clauses 6 and 7.
These ones have no amendments. I propose that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Amendment, mover, chair.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 8 be amended as provided in the order paper. And Madam Chair, the justification is that providing a water service providers is just to make sure that their contacts, like the telephone numbers, the emails, is provided for.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 9 be amended as provided for in the order paper. And Madam Chair, this is just to say that when a party who enters into a PPP agreement, if in case it abandons the work, they abandon the work in the middle of the contract, the government can take over that project and complete. And this part, Madam Chair, it's just a cleanup of the bill which was erroneously left in the previous amendments.
Thank you. I then propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
This has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 11.
Mover. Honorable Chair, to move second reading of the new clause.
Madam Chair, I move that the new clause 11 be amended as provided in the bill. And Madam Chair, this section is...
Order. Should be read a second time.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 11 be read for a second time. And Madam Chair, this section...
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
New clause, you have to indicate. The new
Madam
clause,
Chair,
yeah.
I move that the new clause 11 be read a second time. And the input, Madam Chair, is that under the Water Trust Fund, Madam Chair, currently as it is that the Water Trust Fund can give grants to the counties. What we are adding is that there are also projects which are carried out by water development agencies, yes, and also the Water Trust Fund also should support them. Thank you.
I therefore put the question that I therefore propose the question that the new clause 11 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 11 be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I therefore propose the question that the new clause 11 be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 11 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 12.
Mover to move that the new clause be read a second time.
Madam Chair, I move that new clause 12 be read for a second time, and the reason for this, Madam Chair, is to operationalize the water tribunal, which is currently providing for the chair without a membership.
I now propose the question that the new clause 12 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 12 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 12 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 12 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 2 be amended as provided in the order paper. This is just to give a definition of bulk water.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are now on the reporting stage. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Water Amendment National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Water Amendment National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The first member of parliament.
Sergeant amelala, sasa nifanye nini? Hata sergeant wamechoka wamelala.
Honorable members, we are dealing with the Water Amendment, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. I would like to call upon the chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Water Amendment National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023 and approval of the same with amendments.
Thank you, Chairperson. We go to the mover. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Beatrice Kemei to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I second.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you.
Kemei. Thank you, Honorable Kemei. Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I go ahead and put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Water Amendment National Bill number 33 of 2023 be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Gideon Kimaio, who has just walked in, to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the Water Amendment, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023 be now read a third time. And I go ahead and put the question. I now put the question, which is that the Water Amendment, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023 be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Water Act 2016 to provide for public-private partnerships arrangements and for the connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. Second reading.
Thank you, honorable members. This is resumption of debate, which was interrupted on Wednesday, the 16th of August 2023 in the afternoon sitting. And we have a balance of 2 hours and 23 minutes. Yes, what is out of order, Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, thank you. There's actually nothing out of order, just to note that other than the member for Muhoroni, the member for Nyando, the Honorable Wangwe, who is the sponsor of this bill, all the other members from the Sugar Belt, none of them is here for this very important bill. And Honorable Speaker, you know, I see very many of our colleagues in Azimio speaking, of course, and Mary Amase, yeah, I noticed so there is sugar and also in Transmara and South Mugirango. But I was speaking about my colleagues in the minority, Honorable Speaker. You know, I can only see the Honorable Kainan, who has no sugar in Wajir. The member for Magarini has no sugar. The member for Dagoretti North has no sugar where she comes from. Everybody else from the Azimio side, especially the ones I see shouting about sugarcane farmers and sugarcane farmers in Western Kenya and parts of Nyanza. And I see them shouting about their problems in funerals. And when we tell them the place to come and articulate issues to do with sugar is where we formulate policies and laws relating to sugar growing, they are nowhere. You can see the Honorable Salasia now is walking in now. Honorable Speaker, I think we must keep encouraging members, and it is good that at least the Honorable Salasia has heard me from the other corner. You know where Salasia was at this time. But at least he has shown up, and it's good because I've seen him articulate issues to do with sugar. And I want to encourage him to encourage his colleagues in the opposition that the place to demonstrate on issues to do with the cost of living, the way to deal with the cost of living is to make sure that you put money back to farmers' pockets. And the only way to make sure that money gets back to farmers' pockets is to increase productivity of sugar so that the sugar prices come down. We cannot bring down the cost of sugar by demonstrating. And you know, when Honorable Selassie was demonstrating last time in Nairobi, he was a new member in town. He ran into a lot of problems because he didn't know what corners to cut. Now the corners to cut to bring down the cost of living is by you sitting here up to this time to articulate issues to do with sugarcane farmers, to ensure that the cost of sugar comes down, by increasing productivity. The Kenya Kwanza administration, under the able leadership of President William Ruto, has ensured that there is even now subsidized fertilizer at the price of 2,500 shillings, even to sugarcane farmers.
Majority leader.
And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, just to note, because the Honorable Wangwe has been at pains pleading with the leader of majority to ask members of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to keep him company through this debate. But the leader of minority is not there. The minority whip is not there. I cannot whip the majority and whip the minority. I cannot be able to lead the minority when they have leadership. But you know, this leadership is also absent even outside Parliament, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, you've made your point, and I would like, for the record, you know, it was on a point of order. What is out of order, Honorable Wangwe?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Remember that you are the mover of this motion.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would wish to clarify that whereas the majority leader has really spoken very well, but he has driven the motion to look at like it's an Azimio motion. I want to clarify that this is a motion that is affecting both sides of the House. We have members who are cane farmers from the other side. So the House is proper, and I want to seek and invite the leader of majority to help us move forward as one. This bill cuts across. It's not for Azimio, neither is it for Kenya Kwanza. It's for the entire nation. Let's move as one. Thank you.
Very well. Would you like to be informed by the majority leader?
No, not for now. Let's move on, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what is out of order? Kindly give it in the
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 83. Madam Speaker, this is a very important motion, extremely very important, particularly coming from my very good friend, the Honorable Wangwe. But is it in order, Madam Speaker, for us to discuss sugar when our sugar level is down? Would it not be fair, Madam Speaker, that we adjourn to tomorrow when the sugar level is okay? Then we can discuss in a very rational manner. You could even see the members here, when you came in, you sat down and they kept on sitting because the sugar level is too low. Even understanding, Madam Speaker, right now and comprehending issues is very difficult. So, Madam Speaker, we have been here since 9:30. Just in terms of even, we've eaten everything in the restaurant. In fact, there is nothing now to be eaten, including the sergeant at arms. They couldn't even say, rise up, the speaker is coming in. Their sugar level is also very low. So, Madam Speaker,
Honorable Chepkonga, Chairman. Order, Honorable Chepkonga. You know, you have a lot of experience, and you have been in this house for a long time, and I fully understand that, I actually understand what you're saying, that people are tired. However, if you would like to adjourn debate on this matter, you can only do it using Standing Order number 96. But honorable members, while on this seat, I have also received on both sides of the House, including the chairman, Honorable Mutunga, the Honorable Keinan, and others on this side, that they would like to speak. We still have a few minutes. We still have a few minutes. Actually, it's only 30 minutes, honorable members. I would like to order that we make progress. He's actually one of those who would like to speak. He approached the table and indicated that he would like to speak. So, honorable members, those who have spoken on this bill is the mover of the motion, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, the seconder, the Honorable Nabi Nambwera, Others are Honorable Julius Merley, Honorable Buddy, Honorable Martin Wanyonyi, Honorable James Nikal. So others are free to engage, and I'll just go direct to the screen, honorable members. I'll start with the chairman. I'll give the first opportunity to the chairman. Honorable Mutunga, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for
Honorable
the opportunity.
Kainan, you know you are one of our very senior members, and when you say point of order many times, I'm inclined to give you a chance. So I give you a chance. What is out of order, Honorable Kainan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have had the leader of majority cast aspersion on the leadership of the minority side. We, both the nominal and active members of Azimio, have consulted and hereby appoint the Honorable Selassie as our acting minority leader until the end of this debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kainan, I order that we proceed with debate, and the chair was on the floor. Honorable Mutunga, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the fact that people are tired. But Honorable Speaker, if I remember what used to happen in the last session of Parliament, sometimes you were staying here up to midnight to pass important legislations. So Honorable Speaker, the other issue is about the sugar levels. The sugar in the body is different from the sugar we are discussing, Honorable Speaker. This is called sucrose. Sucrose has a totally different formula than the sugar that we take, or rather that is we are talking about here. Honorable Speaker, sugar cane or sugar value chain is one most important value chain in this country. It supports more than 8 million Kenyans, 8 million households that rely on sugar for their livelihoods. So it's really important. It's one of the early introductions. Sugar was introduced in Kenya in 1922. And we remember 1922, we used to have colonialists here. Those are the ones who introduced sugar. It was introduced in several agroecologies, a lot more on the western part of Kenya. And later on, the commodity has been produced even in the coastal region of Kenya. And the potentialities matter. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the western region as a sugar production or sugar belt, we have to apply in different models of improving on sugar production, targeting a lot more on productivity because it's an area that doesn't have a lot of land. But there are possibilities and options as proposed in this bill. So this bill comes in to improve on the sugar productivity, to increase sugar production so that we can be self-reliant in sugar. The sugar subsector, Honorable Speaker, basically the subsector in Kenya, we produce about 48% of our local sugar requirements. Our annual requirement is about 1 million metric tons. So we produce 48% of 480,000 metric tons, and this is why we import sugar once in a while. Sugar sector has very many challenges, and these challenges are the mischief that this bill comes to deal out. Some of them include high cost of production. When you are producing on a small scale, of course the cost is high. There is acute cane shortage. Sometimes the processors run for 4 or 5 months, and then the rest of the year they are closed. So we do not have sufficient amount of cane. There is low productivity. Our cane quality and the varieties are not very high producing. They are not very, high in terms of productivity, and therefore we need to embark on research. And we have proposed measures in this particular legislation to ensure that we can increase sugar production. The committee has looked through the bill. The committee has made proposals that will come in form of amendments when we get to the committee of the whole house. Sugar production in Kenya has many other challenges which I do not wish to allude to because my colleagues will be speaking to that. I would like to be very specific on a few issues. One of the key issues that this bill does is the reintroduction of the subsidy. We're introducing subsidy at 4% for the off-factory sugar and for all the imported sugar. The reason why we have even doubt is because we import sugar from the Comesa region and they are very much resistant to any form of discrimination. So anything beyond the 4%, if you are charging the Kenyan producers 4%, then it will be termed as discrimination, and they do not want to go that direction. Honourable Speaker, when we get this levy, we have proposed strongly that the levy will be managed by the Commodities Fund. There is an entity called the Commodities Fund in AFA, which has proposed a legislation to be recognized as a parastatal to be managing all the agricultural funds. So we are proposing that the fund will be managed by commodities funds and not necessarily the Kenya Sugar Board, because Kenya Sugar Board will not manage the funds and manage its affairs of regulatory, crop development, and also marketing. So we leave them to be regulators, and then the fund is managed by commodities fund. Out of this fund, the levy, 40% will go to cane development. We prioritize cane development because that is where we need to invest in terms of improving productivity. 15% will go to the research station, which we have renamed in this particular legislation as the Sugar Research and the Training Institute. 15% again will go to the management, or rather the issues of the Kenya Sugar Board. 15% will go to the factory rehabilitation and modernization. 10% will go to infrastructural development. I pause to explain how we have structured the infrastructural development in this bill. We have said that Kenya Sugar Board or the county authorities, that is the county government, will have no business in handling this money. This money will be transferred directly after collection to Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Kenya Rural Roads Authority will use their mechanisms of development to utilize this money to develop the areas from which this money was collected. So what will happen is that if we collect this levy from, let's say, Kakamega County, all the money collected from Kakamega County will go 10% of it will go to do the roads in Kakamega County through the Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Honourable Speaker, this bill is proposing enforcement of cane contracts as a way of ensuring that the farmers respect the contracts and also the millers also respect the contract. What has been happening in the past is that each of the parties have not been very, very, very serious about respecting the contract, and therefore there has been collusion or sometimes farmers selling to anybody who comes by. We would like the factories, the sugar millers, to respect the contract with the farmers, so that if they are engaged in cane development, they are able to do serious cane development, and if a certain factory has, or a certain miller has developed cane in a specific area, then this particular cane must be consumed or must be processed by that particular miller. So we are not going to, the penalties that have been put in this particular legislation are going to restrict any cane selling through dubious methods. The other issue that has come up, Speaker, is the possibility of using this cane testing unit. Cane testing units are huge investments that this country has made. We have put up about 11 cane testing units in 11 milling plants. The cane testing unit enables the farmers to sell their sugar through use of sucrose content. Sucrose content is the amount of sugar within a cane plant, and therefore that gives the farmers more money. They have not been appropriately sensitized about CTUs. They have not used the CTUs yet. The CTUs are just investment within the sugar factories, and these need to be used so that the farmers can be able to benefit better. The idea is to benefit the farmers better and benefit the other value chain actors without any form of mismanagement of the whole. The other issue that is important is managing the investments within the sugar industry. Investment are required at all levels of the sugar industry, especially at the farm level, where the farm sizes have reduced. We must get high-yielding varieties, and that is why we have revitalized, or rather proposed to revitalize, the Sugar Research Institute, so that we get better cane varieties that will mature faster and will have better cane content, sucrose content, so that the farmers can benefit. The cost of production in the sugar industry is high, and I want to take a few minutes to discuss the cost of production. One of the reasons why it is high is because the inputs are costly. The inputs in the sugar, that go through the sugar production are costly. The fertilizer is costly. The other operations within are costly. The number of times that you have to eat and so on. There is also high operational costs in terms of the power that is used, the fuel itself by these processors, and also the taxes and licenses are also expensive. The other issue about the sugar industry is that most of the public mills are obsolete. They use obsolete technology. Technology needs to be improved. Their processors are old, their processors are outdated, they consume a lot more than really give the mechanical advantage. So in order to increase production, production within the milling plant, or rather turnover within the milling plant, we need more efficient machines. The other one is the high cost of farm inputs. We know fertilizer is used and it's expensive. We know the other inputs are also expensive. Extension services are not very much available, and what we have done deliberately is to ensure that the research institute does have an arm of training, so that now they can train personnel to be able to send messages, or rather to impact the farmers on with the messages that are necessary to enable them to increase production and productivity. Poor networking within the sugar sector, there is a lot of suspicion. We have gone round about, in all the regions, we've seen more than 11 or 12 factories, and we have seen many farmers and understand their relationships, and we realize there's a lot of suspicion within the sugar sector. And we need to reduce that by having a lot more of interactions that the bill basically promotes that. It is also a high labor cost issue, and there is inadequate, raw materials. Raw materials, in this case, we are looking at raw materials in terms of inputs to the farmers, because cane development has not really happened in Kenya. The research system has not been very efficient. They have not produced new varieties that are better. Also, on the other hand, we have not tried out varieties from the other countries. There hasn't been much that has been happening, because the KSREF, which used to be the Kenya Sugarcane Research Foundation earlier, was merged with the other research institutes under the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, and the efficiencies went down instead of improving. Finally, Honourable Speaker, if we have to contain production in the sugar belt, if we have to make sure the farmer benefits, we must invest intensively in the productivity. And that's a topic for another day. Honourable Speaker, I do support this bill to the extent that we need to invest a lot in the sugar industry to ensure that the farmers benefit and the livelihoods of those people. More than 8 million farm families are supported. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mutunga. The Honourable Jared Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. This bill could not have come at a better time. And I want to thank my brother, Honorable Wangwe, for carrying the mantle that we almost abandoned in the last regime. Sugar, and sugarcane by extension, has suffered the most amongst all commodities in this country. And the reason is simple, Madam Speaker. During political campaigns, sugar then becomes a low-hanging fruit in mopping up funds to carry out political campaigns in this country. And this has been abused by successive regimes. And therefore, without any input, particularly paying credence to this bill, that kind of behavior will continue for the longest. And therefore, this bill is timely. I sit in Agriculture Committee, superintended by my brother, Honorable Mutunga, together with my colleagues in that committee, together with our Vice Chair, Honorable Yegon, who together burnt the midnight oil, looking at this bill clause by clause, putting in necessary beef to this bill so that sugar matters can be handled once and for all, Honorable Speaker. And we hope that this House will rally behind this bill so that those farmers who have been languishing for the longest will at least find recourse on this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are millions and millions of families that depend on sugarcane and sugar. If you look at the value chain, all from the farm to the end user, sugarcane has millions of people who are directly and indirectly dependent on this product, Honorable Speaker. When we talk about catchment areas for sugarcane, Honorable Speaker, it does not limit itself to Western Kenya, and that means Nyanza together with the Western region. Rift Valley, for instance, has the best soil that can support the growth of sugarcane. And because there has been myriad frustrations in the value chain, people have chosen to cut back on their investments on sugarcane. We have seen instances where families uproot sugarcane because there is nothing to write home about it. And this bill will inevitably go a long way to addressing all the gaps that have consistently existed within the sugar value chain, Madam Speaker. Western Kenya, for instance, has thousands and thousands of land that is lying idle, not having any sugarcane on it, yet it is a sugar growing region. We had, as a committee, a very good opportunity to move around all the sugar companies in this country. We met with the farmers, we met with the owners of sugar companies, we met with members of staff, and they did present their various plight on areas where we need to improve on. And all those were captured in the sugar report that ultimately made it into the sugar bill that we are discussing today. If the government will put a lot of attention to these areas that are capable of having sugarcane on them, give the farmers the input that is necessary, provide information through extension officers that have also been proposed into the bill, then this country will be able to export sugar and not import sugar, which is currently the status. Madam Speaker, when you talk about sugar importers, you are talking about a very small sector, a very small populace. They are the people with briefcase companies, but are masquerading in town as sugar importers. They do not have employees in their custody. So you give people permits to import sugar, but only addressing the plight of 10 people. Yet companies, if properly addressed, if we properly address their concerns, millions of people who are now under their jurisdiction will be able to have a livelihood. And we only hope, therefore, that going forward, and we have put this into the bill, we understand that we have a shortage, and sometimes our country produces much less than what the country needs. Now, during that period, when there is a shortage, we have given a provision upon which licenses can be issued, superintended by a competent authority, so that we do not have a glut of sugar into the country by sugar barons who only benefit to the detriment of our suffering farmers, Madam Speaker. How I hope that people from Western Kenya and Rift Valley and coastal region, because we also visited Kwale, and they're doing a splendid job there, will come to realize the benefits accruing from sugarcane, Madam Speaker. My chair has ably stated about the research institute that has been proposed into the bill. Madam Speaker, we are still relying on the older cane variety that takes between 18 months to 24 months to mature. Yet, through inventions and innovations, we have had sugarcane that can take up to just 1 year or 10 months to mature. That is the direction that we need to go. How do we then have our people growing the right seeds that will address these problems, Madam Speaker? And people have so chosen to substitute their farms with maize instead of having sugarcane, because maize takes 3 months. Sugarcane takes forever. So how do we then respond to the needs of our farmers in a way that they will generate their income within the shortest possible space of time, just like any other commodity? This is the direction that we are taking, And I want to thank members of the Agriculture Committee, and I can see some of our members here, Honorable Salasia, Honorable PK, Double N. I see my brother and immediate neighbor, Honorable Kimei, together with my able Vice Chair, Honorable Yegon, that whatever we have put our hands on will not go in vain, that this House will be rallied behind to support this, so that for once we have something to stand on. Finally, Madam Speaker, this is not a new bill to us. It has been here before. It was frustrated at the Senate. How do we then marshal the Senate behind us so that we do not lag behind and throw the bathwater with the baby? And finally, Madam Speaker, I would want to appeal to members of this House that when we do lots of imports, we by extension ship our jobs abroad. But when we produce locally and have our investments worked upon in this country,
Honorable members, there is a lot of interest in this motion. So I'll just give an opportunity to Honorable John Kiarie, member for Dagoretti South. Yes, I can see, and as I said, there is a lot of interest. I just decided to stick to the screen, and that is why I called the Honorable John Kiarie.
Madam Speaker, I had indicated my interest to speak on an earlier matter, and because Dagoretti South constituency is a sugar consumer and a constituency of sugar traders, I would want to donate this time to people who belong to the sugar belt, who have real concern on sugar issues.
Thank you very much, Honorable John Kiarie. Thank you for being considerate. Honorable members, I would like to know those who have interest in speaking on this to go to the intervention. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, you are appearing as the first one on the screen. Is it your intention to speak on this one?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this bill and to really thank the Honorable Wangwe. Madam Speaker, I'm a sugarcane farmer, and my father is, and I started when I was in Senate. And so the challenges we face are many challenges. But today, I just want to thank Honorable Wangwe for bringing in this bill. This is a bill that came in last time in the last Parliament, Madam Speaker, and I'm hoping we can